Chapter 162. Lin Feng watched the red sword light, leaving Eternal Spring Peak, and heading to the north. He thought, did the practitioner from the Wilderness Sword sect go to ask for help? It was rumored that someone from the Wilderness Sword sect had come to investigate, and concluded that the Renuan panacea was just a rumor. Now, it had been proven that the conclusion was wrong. If the 100-herb ancestor hid the truth before, now that he has asked for help, he has been exposed. Lin Feng thought, although the Tiger King brought him great pressure, the 100-herb ancestor may not be able to get away with it after the Wilderness Sword sect holds him responsible. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. So, the biggest possibility is that someone in the Wilderness Sword sect has colluded with him. Last time someone came to ask about the Tiger King, it was this person who covered up for him in the Wilderness Sword sect. There were not many people like this. Otherwise, the Renuan panacea would not be enough. But the person's cultivation and status were not low. It was most likely a Yuanying ancestor in the Wilderness Sword sect. Now, facing the threat of the Tiger King, the 100-herb ancestor would definitely ask for help. But the Yuanying ancestor who colluded with him in the Wilderness Sword sect would probably not be able to come by himself. Otherwise, the 100-herb ancestor could just inform the 100-herb ancestor through a sound-transmitting celestial device. There was no need for him to send someone back in person. If he sent someone back, it was very likely that he wanted to take something that could help the 100-herb ancestor fight against the Tiger King. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng gradually came up with an idea. I hope that tiger will not let me down. Lin Feng settled down and began to wait patiently. The Tiger King did not let Lin Feng wait for too long. 3 days later, in the mountains to the south of Eternal Spring Peak, thousands of tigers roared. Among the continuous tiger roars, there was an ear-piercing sound like metal rubbing against each other. Thousands of tiger roars gathered together and were deafening. The sharp sound was like a big hand grabbing everyone's heart on Eternal Spring Peak, kneading and twisting it into a ball. In the hall at the top of the peak, the 100-herb ancestor snorted heavily with a dignified look. His cold snort turned into a tidal wave of sound, directly suppressing the roars of the thousands of gung metal tiger demons outside. In the forest, all the roaring tiger demons felt as if their chests were being pressed down hard by someone. Their breath was stuck in their throats, but they couldn't go up. On the Eternal Spring Peak, the disciples of the 100-herb sect cheered in unison, "Ancestor's power is boundless." Before he could finish speaking, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the sky south of Mount Eternal Spring. "Old man 100-herbs, you're still as useless as ever." His loud laughter shook the disciples of the 100-herb sect, causing them to see stars. Some of the weaker ones directly fell to the ground. The 100-herbs patriarch's face was ashen. "What a tiger demon! How dare you invade my Eternal Spring Peak?" Although he was angry, his voice could not cover the other party's laughter. Instead, it made the other party even more arrogant. The 100-herbs' forefather formed a hand seal, and the white mist that enveloped Eternal Spring Peak suddenly changed. The white mist sank and connected with the ground. The bottom of the mist gradually turned from white to yellow, as if it was soil. Halfway up the mountain, the center of the mist turned from white to emerald green, as if the grass was green and the forest was lush. At the top of the mountain, colorful purples and reds emerged from the white. It was like a sea of blooming flowers, dazzling and dazzling. The mist enveloped Eternal Spring Peak and immediately isolated the laughter from the distant horizon. It could no longer harm the disciples of the 100-herb sect on the mountain. This was the 100-herbs patriarch completely activating the sect's protective formation. Its power immediately increased by more than one level. Lin Feng stood at the top of a barren mountain in the distance and nodded to himself as he watched this scene. A protective formation controlled by a Yuanian cultivator is truly extraordinary. He looked to the south and heard endless laughter from the clouds in the sky. The eternal spring repellent formation. Huh? A streak of golden light shot out from the clouds and landed in the forest south of Eternal Spring Peak. Thousands of gunmetal tiger demons were scattered among the mountains. Their entire bodies shone with a metallic luster, dazzling and eye-catching under the sunlight. They looked like an armored army. The demon soldier tiger demons, who were equivalent to human chi condensation cultivators, were unable to assume human form. They were all sprawled on the ground. As for the demon general-level gunmetal tiger demons, they were all standing on their hind legs. Their feet were on the ground, but they still looked more like tigers than humans. Their bodies were also extremely huge. When they stood on the ground, they were more than 6 meters tall. The few tiger demons in the center were all demon commander level. Their humanoid features were already very obvious. As they stood there, they were not particularly huge. They were not even as tall and mighty as the demon generals beside them. However, they radiated with metal essence. It was as if their bodies were covered in steel blades that could cut through metal and rock. Their auras were far more powerful than the demon general-level tiger demons. The golden light in the sky landed in the middle of these tiger demons. The golden light dissipated, revealing the figure of a platinum tiger. All the gunmetal tiger demons in the surroundings, regardless of their cultivation and whether they had taken human form or not, prostrated themselves on the ground respectfully. "Greetings, my king." This platinum tiger did not assume human form. From the outside, apart from the metallic luster that flashed all over its body, it looked exactly like a tiger. It was not big either. It was less than 3 meters long. There was not much terrifying demonic power flowing out of its body. However, the actions of the other gunmetal tiger demons already made it clear that this ferocious platinum tiger was the gunmetal tiger king, the clan leader of the gunmetal tiger demon that had just caused the 100 Herbs ancestor to suffer a setback and had to use the mountain protecting formation to block it. In the southern part of the great Hungduan mountain range, the gunmetal tiger king's name was enough to stop children from crying at night. Even in the territory of the demon race in the Tianhuang continent, the gunmetal tiger king was one of the best among the demon kings. It was especially powerful in combat. Many demon kings of the same level did not dare to provoke it. The gunmetal tiger king looked at the eternal spring mountain range in the distance and said with a smile, "100 Herbs ancestor is quite smart. He completely activated the protective array as soon as I arrived. Unfortunately, I am determined to win today. No matter how hard he tries, it's all for naught." A demon commander next to him stepped forward and said, "My king, the evil tiger king, is incompetent. That human's words cannot be verified. Moreover, that person is quite mysterious. He may have other plans." The tiger demon who spoke was called the evil tiger demon commander. He was the tiger demon who escaped from the hands of the 100 Herbs ancestor with Lin Feng's help. He reported the news of the Renyuan Jindan to the Gung Jin Tiger King, and the Gung Jin Tiger King immediately decided to attack Eternal Spring Peak. Hearing the evil tiger demon commander's suggestion, the gunmetal tiger king smiled and said, "Even if there is no Renyuan Jindan, it is still a good thing to get rid of the Eternal Spring Mountain. The purple-robed man you mentioned must have his own plans. However, I am not afraid at all. Whatever means you have, just do it." When the gunmetal tiger king said this, his body revealed an incomparably confident momentum. The group of tiger demons said in unison, "Yes, my king." The gunmetal tiger king nodded slightly and said, "The only thing I need to consider is how the Wilderness Sword Sect will react. If it were not for the Wilderness Sword Sect, I would have already razed the eternal spring mountain to the ground. If the Renyuan Jindan really exists, the herbal sect has violated the taboo of the wilderness sword sect by concealing it and trying to have it privately. The herbal sect will feel guilty and hesitate to inform the wilderness sword sect of the news of our tribe's attack. In this way, even if the wilderness sword sect gets the news and rushes here, I would have already razed the eternal spring mountain and returned to the infinite region. The gunmetal tiger king raised his paw and stretched it out. If the Renyuan Jindan does not exist, the wilderness sword sect's reinforcements will arrive soon. The evil tiger demon commander thought for a while and said, "Then let's try to attack the mountain first and see the 100 Herbs sect's reaction." The gunmetal tiger king nodded slightly and said, "Then let's all release the poltergeist ghosts and try the eternal spring array of the 100 Herbs sect." As he gave the order, the group of tiger demons under his command all agreed. They walked out of the forest and came to the periphery of the array that covered the eternal spring mountain. Thousands of tiger demons opened their bloody mouths and spat out clouds of black fog. The black fog that was spat out by all the tiger demons joined together and formed a boundless expanse. In the black fog, countless shadows flashed and swayed as they walked out of the black fog. There were humans and monsters of different races coming out of the black fog. But no matter what race they were, their bodies were blurry and translucent. These people and monsters all looked ferocious and terrifying. Their eyes emitted a cruel green light as they stared at the eternal spring mountain in front of them. On the eternal spring mountain, the cultivators of the 100 Herbs sect saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb. Poltergeist ghosts. So many poltergeist ghosts. As the saying went, to help a tiger do evil is to become a poltergeist ghost. Legend had it that the tiger had the power to control hundreds of poltergeist ghosts. Those who were eaten by the tiger would become poltergeist ghosts and follow the tiger to do evil, creating more poltergeist ghosts. Not only the gunmetal tiger tribe, but all the tiger demons also had a divine sense. They could turn the souls of the creatures they killed, whether human or demon, into ghost servants and follow them loyally. It was as if they had the skill to control ghosts. Usually they would turn into black fog and keep it in their bodies. When needed, they could release it to kill the enemy. It was not easy to accumulate poltergeist ghosts, but they were consumables after all. The gunmetal tiger tribe used the poltergeist ghosts to attack the mountain. On the one hand, it could wear down the power of the eternal spring formation, and on the other hand, it would not get involved in the battle. In this way, if the wilderness sword sect came to help quickly, the gunmetal tiger tribe could withdraw from the battlefield and return to the infinite wilderness as soon as it got the news. It would not have to worry about being entangled by the cultivators of the 100 Herbs sect and being attacked from both sides. Through the poltergeist ghost's tentative attacks and the reaction of the ancestor of the 100 Herbs, it could be inferred whether he had asked for help from the wilderness sword sect immediately. Lin Feng watched from the side and thought, this poltergeist ghost also retained its soul, dharma power, and cultivation. However, it is similar to Sikong Nan's night walking skill of 100 ghosts. The poltergeist ghost is very murderous, but it has lost its mind and the ability to think independently. In this aspect, it is not as good as the netherworld puppet. The sun was shining brightly at noon, but a large number of poltergeist ghosts gathered together, causing a sea of death chi that covered the sky and the sun. Even the sun, which was the nemesis of evil ghosts, seemed to be dimmed. Under the control of the tiger demons, the poltergeist ghosts, who had lost their mind and only had the instinct to kill, let out a sharp ghost howl and rushed into the big formation under the eternal spring peak. Lin Feng was refreshed. It's about to start. Chapter 163. The 100 Herbs sects, Tao, techniques, and divine abilities were not good at attacking, and the Eternal Spring's spell formation's destructive power was also not sharp enough. However, as the 100 Herbs Sect's great protective formation, its great divine ability that borrowed the power of the heaven and earth was not something that ordinary cultivators could contend against. Even if there were many cultivators, it was the same unless they could form a formation like the Great Zhou Shenwu army and gather everyone's mana in one place. But there was a saying that quantitative change could lead to qualitative change. When the numbers reached a terrifying number, the situation couldn't be predicted with common sense. Over 1,000 tiger demons released all the ghosts they had accumulated at once. There were over 10,000 of them. There were more than 10,000 poltergeist ghosts, including a large number of Foundation establishment stage poltergeist ghosts. There were even quite a few golden core stage poltergeist ghosts. This energy was driven by a frenzied killing intent, transforming into a dark torrent that rushed toward the Eternal Spring reverse array at the foot of the Eternal Spring Peak. The densely packed ghosts made everyone's scalp go numb. At the foot of Eternal Spring Mountain, the yellow cloud was the first restriction of the Eternal Spring defensive formation. It contained dense earth elemental essence, thick and condensed. All the intruders who entered the yellow cloud would be unable to move even an inch due to the pressure of the earth element essence. It was as if their entire body was carrying 1,000 kilograms of weight. Those with weak cultivations would have all the bones in their body crushed, or even be crushed into a meat patty. Although the ghosts didn't have physical bodies and only had souls, the yellow cloud of the formation was still effective against souls. Upon entering the formation, the poltergeist ghosts' movements immediately became jerky and slow. Every step forward was incomparably difficult, but there were too many of them. They were like an endless wave that came one after another. The ghost wave ignored all obstructions and rapidly advanced. Those that were stopped by the yellow cloud were immediately knocked over by the ghosts behind them and then trampled over. The ghosts didn't care about the lives of their companions and just kept advancing. The ghosts that were trampled to death didn't completely dissipate. Instead, they turned into black mist and were absorbed by the other ghosts to strengthen themselves. In the formation, the number of ghosts decreased rapidly. The weaker ones were quickly eliminated. Almost half of the 10,000 ghosts were lost, leaving only 5,000. However, the remaining 5,000 poltergeist ghosts were all elites. Not only that, but the essence chi of the weaker poltergeist ghosts that had been crushed was all devoured by the other poltergeist ghosts, causing the already strong poltergeist ghosts to become even stronger. Although their numbers had decreased, their strength had not. When Lin Feng saw this, he laughed soundlessly. I wonder how the 100 Herbs ancestor is feeling right now. Through his Eternal Spring reversing sky formation, these poltergeist ghosts are like steel that has been quenched. Their quality is even higher. In the great hall at the top of Eternal Spring Peak, the 100 Herbs ancestor was no longer in the mood to sit on the prayer mat. He stood expressionlessly in the center of the great hall, his spiritual sense closely connected to the Eternal Spring defensive formation, paying close attention to the changes of the ghosts within. These poltergeist ghosts were only in the golden elixir period at most, so the 100 Herbs ancestor could easily kill them. However, the Gung Metal Tiger King would definitely be delighted to see this. As long as the 100 Herbs ancestor revealed the slightest opening, he would immediately strike and tear him to pieces. The poltergeist army, which had lost almost half of its members, had already reached the waist of Eternal Spring Peak. They passed through the yellow clouds at the foot of the mountain and entered the dark green clouds at the center of the mountain. As soon as they entered the dark green clouds, the poltergeist ghosts all paused. The strong aura of life within the dark green clouds was truly a mortal enemy to these ghosts. It was as if they were in a furnace. The exuberant vitality even allowed some of the Jindan stage ghosts with condensed souls and strong wills to temporarily regain their memories and sanity. Looking at the miserable state they were in, everyone was filled with sorrow and burst into tears. Some of them even turned to look at the tiger demons at the foot of the mountain, their eyes filled with anger and hatred. Sensing the changes in their poltergeist ghosts, the gunmetal tiger demons frowned slightly. Clearly, they had not expected the eternal spring reversing sky formation to have such an effect. The gunmetal tiger king lazily glanced at the dark green clouds at the waist of the mountain and grinned carelessly. He raised his head to the sky and let out an earth-shattering howl. The howl seemed to be filled with boundless magic. When the poltergeist ghosts in the dark green clouds heard this howl, they all calmed down. The poltergeist ghosts that had temporarily regained their consciousness gradually became confused and lost their consciousness again. Their bodies once again emitted killing intent and viciousness, but they no longer had their own thoughts. They once again became poltergeist ghosts that only knew how to listen to the tiger demons. The 100 Herbs ancestor watched this scene expressionlessly. He formed a seal with his right hand. Countless thorny vines suddenly sprouted out of the dark green clouds. They were dark green with a faint purple glow. The vines grew wildly and instantly covered the waist of Eternal Spring Peak, binding all the poltergeist ghosts. As the purple light flowed, many poltergeist ghosts looked dispirited and gradually lost their spirit. The Foundation establishment poltergeist ghosts in particular could not do anything in front of the vines. Lin Feng watched from afar, and his heart stirred. These vines seemed to specialize in harming the souls of others. The tiger demons at the foot of the mountain also frowned. Compared to the yellow clouds at the foot of the mountain, the dark green clouds at the waist of the mountain were the real threat to the poltergeist ghosts. The gunmetal tiger king glanced and nodded slightly. So it's the soul-eroding vine. It specializes in eroding the souls of living beings. This thing is specialized in restraining our poltergeist ghosts. The fiend tiger demon commander grunted. Subordinate will break it. With that, he activated his demon chi. Among the poltergeist ghosts on the mountain, one of the golden elixir period poltergeist ghosts instantly changed. This golden elixir period poltergeist ghost was devoured by the fiend tiger demon commander and turned into poltergeist ghosts. When he was alive, he was a human cultivator that specialized in fire magic. This poltergeist let out a sharp howl and spat out endless flames. The flames were pale white in color, but did not have any heat. Instead, they were extremely cold. The pale white flames landed on the soul-eroding vine and instantly started burning. With the magic power of the eternal spring petrifying formation, the soul-eroding vine grew endlessly. Even the flames could not burn them. However, the group of poltergeist ghosts took this opportunity to rush towards the place where the flames were the strongest. The pale white flames were not blazing yang flames, but yin flames that were filled with yin chi. Not only were the poltergeist ghosts not afraid of the flames, they were even more terrifying, as if they were on drugs. More than 10 golden elixir period poltergeist ghosts acted as a sharp knife to open a path in front of them. With the help of the yin fire, they forcefully opened a gap in the soul-eroding vine's defense line. Many Foundation establishment poltergeist ghosts followed behind to expand their gains. The gap became bigger and bigger until the remaining chi-refining poltergeist ghosts formed a large army and crushed the soul-eroding vine's defense line like a tsunami. The aura of living beings was the nemesis of ghosts, but conversely, the eerie ghost aura would also cause adverse effects to plants. Under the effect of the poltergeist ghost's eerie death aura, many plants in the eternal spring petrifying formation gradually withered. The group of golden elixir period poltergeist ghosts displayed their abilities and used all the techniques they were proud of when they were alive. They broke through part of the green cloud barrier on the mountainside and rushed into the colorful cloud at the mountaintop. The many poltergeist ghosts behind them followed closely behind and attacked the last line of defense of the Eternal Spring Petrifying Formation. Lin Feng watched this scene and frowned deeply. He stared at Eternal Spring Peak. I heard that the main purpose of the 100 Herbs Sect's Eternal Spring Petrifying Formation is to transform plants and grow spirit herbs, not to fight. But no matter how bad it is at killing and fighting, the one in charge is the 100 Herbs ancestor. He's a Yuanian cultivator. How can he be such a good-for-nothing? He let a few golden elixir period poltergeist ghosts lead a team, and they're about to kill their way to our doorstep. Lin Feng controlled his temper and observed patiently. However, the Gung Metal Tiger King at the foot of the mountain didn't seem to feel that anything was wrong. He waved his paw lazily. Let's go. If we knew that the 100 Herbs ancestor was such a good-for-nothing, we would have destroyed his Eternal Spring Peak a few hundred years ago. The group of tiger demons agreed in unison and revealed bloodthirsty smiles on their faces. They howled and pounced towards Eternal Spring Peak. After charging into the yellowish-brown clouds at the foot of the mountain, the bodies of all the tiger demons emitted a dazzling golden light. As they flashed, they were like countless steel knives that cut the yellow clouds into pieces. Kill! The tiger demons charged halfway up the mountain and killed their way into the dark green clouds. They originally thought that the poltergeist ghosts had cleared the path for them, but when they stepped into the dark green clouds, countless black vines suddenly appeared. Different from the greenish-purple soul eroding vines from before, these black vines were swollen with many small red lumps. When the vines wrapped around the tiger demons, the lumps ruptured one by one and a red liquid that looked like pus and blood flowed out. When the red liquid dripped onto the Gung Metal Tiger Demon's armor-like skin, it made a sizzling sound, and thick smoke rose into the air. The Tiger Demon's iron bones and steel skin couldn't resist the corrosion of the red liquid and melted. When the red liquid pierced through the skin and came into contact with the Tiger Demon's flesh, they all let out miserable howls. They struggled with all their might, trying to use their sharp claws that could easily crush mountain rocks to sever the black vines that flowed with the red liquid. However, only the demon commander-level tiger demons could break the vines with a single swipe. Most of the remaining tiger demons were powerless, whether it was their steel teeth or sharp claws, or the sharp metal blades that grew out of their bodies. None of them could sever the black vines. Not only were the vines tough, they were also incomparably sturdy. In the great hall at the top of Eternal Spring Peak, the 100 Herbs ancestor finally smiled. Evil beasts are evil beasts after all. No matter how much they look like humans, they're not real humans. With just a little trick, they took the bait. If I knew that your Gung Metal Tiger clan was a hidden danger, how could I not have made preparations? This iron blood vine is a mutated species that I obtained after traversing thousands of miles of divine land in search of all kinds of strange flowers and grafting for many years. It's specifically made to deal with your Gung Metal Tiger clan. The group of tiger demons also seemed to realize that something was wrong. They wanted to retreat down the mountain, but the earthy yellow mist that seemed so fragile when they first arrived suddenly became denser and denser by 100 times. If the earthy yellow mist was said to be dirt when the wandering ghosts and tiger demons attacked the mountain personally, then it was now 10,000-year-old granite. Clearly, he had purposely paralyzed the tiger demons in order to completely cut off their path of retreat. The 100 Herbs ancestor laughed softly. Today, I'm going to kill most of your Gung Metal Tiger clan's fighting force here and completely eliminate this hidden danger. The situation on Eternal Spring Peak suddenly changed. Seeing this, Lin Feng thought to himself, This 100 Herbs ancestor sure is ambitious. He turned to look at the Gung Metal Tiger King at the foot of the mountain. The 100 Herbs ancestor has finally shown his trump card. Then, did you really fall for it? The seemingly arrogant Gung Metal Tiger King, who had fallen for the 100 Herbs ancestor's trap and was about to kill thousands of his clansmen in the Eternal Spring defensive formation, finally stood up from the ground lazily. Old 100 Herbs ghost, you're the one who fell for it. Chapter 164. Humans always like to think they're smart. The Gung Metal Tiger King, who had been lying lazily on the grass, finally stood up. Its tiger eyes stared at the Eternal Spring peak, full of ridicule. You think this Tiger King doesn't know that you were pretending to be weak? I was just beating you at your own game. Don't even think about touching a single one of my clansmen. On the other hand, your 100 Herbs sect will be exterminated today. The Gung Metal Tiger King let out a long roar, causing the entire Eternal Spring peak to shake. He raised his front claws and grabbed at Eternal Spring peak. Demonic energy surged, and countless rays of golden light flashed, condensing into a huge claw made of pure metal on the front claws of the Gung Metal Tiger King. It was really huge, directly grabbing the entire Eternal Spring peak. The huge mountain that was over 1,000 meters tall was grabbed by a huge metal claw. This claw almost scattered the thick mist that shrouded Eternal Spring peak. The Gung Metal Tiger King's body size did not change at all. Compared to the huge metal claw, it was simply too small. If one looked down from the sky, they would not be able to see the Gung Metal Tiger King's figure. It would only make people think that a huge claw had extended from the ground. Lin Feng frowned slightly when he saw this scene from afar. What terrifying power! No wonder he is so famous. Ever since he came to this world, excluding Yan Mingyue, Long Yi, and Tunten, Lin Feng had come into close contact with a total of 3 Yuanian cultivators. They were the Xiandao sect's ancestor, Pu Beizi, the 100 Herbs ancestor, and the Gung Metal Tiger King. Of these 2 people, and 1 demon, the most powerful was undoubtedly the ferocious Gung Metal Tiger King. The Gung Metal Tiger King looked at the Eternal Spring petrification formation that was bitterly resisting his huge metal claw and sneered. 100 Herbs ghost, why do you think that I let my clansmen enter the formation? Thousands of ghosts and over 1,000 of my clansmen. With so many interfering factors in the Eternal Spring petrification formation, can you still control the formation as you wish? The smile on the 100 Herbs ancestor's face had already disappeared. Only now did he realize that he had made a huge mistake. Formations, because they could borrow a large amount of spiritual energy from the vast heaven and earth, were extremely powerful. They were the best among the Dharma spells and divine abilities of the same level, but their weakness was that apart from being unable to move, it was more troublesome to set up the formation. The more powerful the formation, the more troublesome it was to set it up. Setting up an array required a high degree of precision. If there was even the slightest deviation, all the previous efforts would be wasted. The 100 Herbs ancestor's own cultivation was insufficient, so he could only rely on the Eternal Spring reverberating formation to deal with the Gung Metal Tiger King. This required the Eternal Spring reverberating formation to be able to unleash its full power. However, there were over 1,000 tiger demons and a large number of haunted ghosts stuffed into the Eternal Spring defensive formation. Of course, it wouldn't affect the formation's operation, but it definitely had to divert some attention to take care of them. Otherwise, these tiger demons and haunted ghosts would quickly break through the formation. But under such circumstances, facing the powerful Gung Metal Tiger King, it was unavoidably powerless. The Gung Metal Tiger King's violent attack could definitely break through the Eternal Spring defensive formation before the 100 Herbs ancestor could kill the tiger demons in the formation. Lin Feng looked at the gunmetal Tiger King, who used its huge claws to fight against the 100 Herbs Sect's mountain-protecting formation. The huge steel claws did not simply suppress the clouds with great strength, but from the huge claws, sharp metal essence constantly overflowed, destroying the formation in all directions. The metal essence, which had the strongest killing power, could definitely cause additional damage to the eternal spring defensive formation of the wood attribute. The clouds and mist that protected the mountain were quickly dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The gunmetal Tiger King laughed and said, "Moreover, your actions revealed your guilty conscience. The Wilderness Sword Sect won't care about you, right? If the Wilderness Sword Sect is already on the way to help, you can slowly dawdle with me and delay the time. 100 Herbs, old man, you are in a hurry to finish this battle, but it just happens that you let me know your actual situation. Without the hidden danger of the Wilderness Sword Sect, it is easy for me to break your formation. At most, it will just take a little time." The 100 Herbs ancestor thought, "First, I will cut off your wings. When Chu Bin sends the Desolation Element 9 smelting thundernet, then it will be the real time to fight with you." He didn't say anything as he continued to push the power of the Eternal Spring returning sky formation to defend against the gunmetal Tiger King's attacks. At the same time, the many powerful plants in the formation took the time to kill the tiger demon inside the formation. Seeing this, Lin Feng thought, if the 100 Herbs ancestor wants to survive this disaster, it will depend on the reinforcements of the Wilderness Sword Sect. But Lin Feng sneered, "Just because you refined the Runyuan Jindan, do you think I will let you do what you want?" Although he did not know how long it would take for Chu Bin to go to the Wilderness Sword Sect and back, since he made this trip, it meant that the 100 Herbs ancestor had calculated the time and should be able to help the 100 Herbs Sect survive this disaster. The gunmetal Tiger tribe was already in front of them. If Chu Bin's trip went smoothly, and he returned as the 100 Herbs ancestor wished, then he should arrive soon. Lin Feng turned his head and glanced at the gunmetal Tiger King, who was attacking the mountain. Then he waved the black cloud flag and temporarily left the Eternal Spring Peak. Along the route of the Eternal Spring Peak to the Wilderness Sword Sect, he went north and stopped on a mountain peak. "To be safe, my body also needs to come here." Lin Feng pointed his right index finger at his forehead and launched the Two Realms Void technique. The space slightly shook, and the body of the god of war doppelganger disappeared. It was replaced by another Lin Feng, but it was his body. With Lin Feng's current level of cultivation, the Two World Void technique also has a casting range limit. The only exception is that he can switch places with his main body and the God of War clone at any time, and any place without being restricted by the distance. It would be great if I could have another outer body doppelganger. At that time, I could stay in Jade Jing Mountain to look after the sect. On the other hand, if my body and the God of War doppelganger were in danger, I could replace them at any time. Lin Feng looked at the mountain peak where he was and smiled. With a thought, the God of War doppelganger appeared beside him. The God of War doppelganger could not directly bring Lin Feng's body over, but Lin Feng could summon the God of War doppelganger from the system to his side at any time. After withdrawing the God of War doppelganger, Lin Feng shook his head and looked back in the direction of the Eternal Spring Peak. He could still vaguely see the confrontation between the clouds and the golden light, but the clouds were getting thinner and thinner, and the golden light was getting more and more dazzling. Obviously, the Eternal Spring defensive formation could not hold for much longer. Half a day had passed, and the clouds of the Eternal Spring defensive formation had shrunk to a thin layer. It was completely stuck to the Eternal Spring Peak, strenuously resisting the gunmetal Tiger King's attacks. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He looked towards the northern sky. There, A scarlet sword ray pierced through the sea of clouds, speeding towards the eternal spring peak. Lin Feng smiled. It's coming. With a flicker, Lin Feng had already risen into the air, clearly intending to block the path. The person riding the scarlet sword ray was none other than Chu Bin. When he saw Lin Feng blocking his way, his face immediately turned 3 feet long. On the other side of the eternal spring peak, the 100 Herbs sect had already reached a critical juncture. Even from afar, Chu Bin could feel the aura of the eternal spring defensive formation growing weaker and weaker. It was only a step away from being broken. Now that his path was blocked, Chu Bin really wanted to kill him with a single slash. However, Lin Feng did not rely on any celestial devices or treasures. He stood in the void, which was a divine sense that could only be possessed by practitioners in the golden elixir period. Chu Bin observed carefully, but he could not see the depth of Lin Feng's cultivation. This made him a little afraid. He frowned and said, "I have an urgent matter to attend to. Why are you blocking my way?" Lin Feng smiled and said unhurriedly, "Your Excellency's aura is desolate and long. Are you a disciple of the Wilderness Sword sect?" Chu Bin slightly raised his eyebrows. "What if I am?" Lin Feng said, "Nothing. Since you are a disciple of the Wilderness Sword sect, I have something to tell you." Chu Bin glanced at the eternal spring peak behind Lin Feng, which was on the verge of collapse. He said impatiently, "I have an urgent matter to attend to. Saving people is like putting out a fire. If you have something to say, you can say it later." Lin Feng calmly said, "What I want to say is also very urgent. It is also a matter of life and death." Chu Bin was so anxious that he wanted to ignore Lin Feng. He wanted to directly pass him and rush to the eternal spring peak. However, as soon as he moved, he heard Lin Feng slowly say, "The Herbs sect has refined a kind of elixir called Renuan Panacea. Its refining method is utterly heartless. Since the Wilderness Sword sect is the leader of the sect of humanity in the Transverse Mountain, it should deal with this matter." Chu Bin's heart skipped a beat. He originally wanted to leave, but his body immediately seemed to be frozen and could not move. His movements were a little stiff. He turned his neck to look at Lin Feng and tried to make his tone as steady as possible. "That's just a rumor. Our Wilderness Sword sect got the news a long time ago and specially sent people to the 100 Herbs sect to investigate and inquire. It proved that it was just a rumor." Lin Feng slightly narrowed his eyes. "Oh, you are so sure. Is it you who came to inquire about this matter that day?" Although Chu Bin was burning with anxiety, he had to answer patiently, "Yes, you are right. I have checked the entire eternal spring peak. There is no Renuan Panacea." Lin Feng stared at him for a long time. His mouth slightly curved, and he said with a smile, "But not long ago, I found a completely closed secret elixir room in the belly of the eternal spring peak. I saw the so-called panacea in it with my own eyes. Renuan Panacea is refined with the body and soul of a child as the furnace." Chu Bin's eyes flashed with panic for a moment, but he steadied his mind. On the surface, he showed just the right amount of shock, and then appeared to be filled with righteous indignation. "There's such a thing?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Go to the eternal spring peak and break the belly of the mountain. The truth will be revealed immediately." Chu Bin said with hatred, "I thought the Herb ancestor was slandered. I didn't expect that he even dared to deceive the Wilderness Sword sect. This old man is crazy. Let's go to the eternal spring peak with you. If there is any Renuan Panacea, I will not ignore it." Lin Feng said with emotion, "You are so responsible. The Wilderness Sword sect deserves to be the first sect in the big Transverse Mountain. That's good. Let's go." Then he turned around and flew to the eternal spring peak. Chu Bin looked at the back of Lin Feng, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He used the sword formula in his hand, and the flying sword suddenly turned into a red sword light, stabbing toward Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng did not look back and chuckled. Good acting, but not as good as me. Chapter 165. After Lin Feng turned around and flew towards Eternal Spring Peak, Chu Bin gazed at his back, many thoughts flashing through his mind in an instant. This person knows too much. He definitely can't be left alive. Now he's going to Eternal Spring Peak. It will definitely make the situation even more disadvantageous. Thinking of this, Chu Bin's eyes became fierce. Without hesitation, he stabbed Lin Feng's back with his sword. Lin Feng didn't look back. He just chuckled and said, "Life is like a play. It's all about acting skills. Unfortunately, you can't act as well as I can." As he spoke, his body abruptly disappeared from where he stood. Chu Bin was startled, but then he heard Lin Feng's voice coming from behind him. "At first I was still thinking that it wouldn't be nice if I mistakenly killed an innocent, but now I can confirm that you really do have a death wish. You can actually teleport. Yuaning stage. Or does he have a divine sense or a celestial device for space transfer?" Chu Bin thought quickly. He didn't dare to be careless. He turned around and raised his hand. A ball of white thunder light hit Lin Feng. Lin Feng's pupils slightly constricted. This ball of misty white lightning actually gave him a very dangerous feeling. Clearly, it was something that could truly threaten him. The white thunder light suddenly spread in the air and turned into a white electric net with flashing thunder sparks. It covered Lin Feng's head. A celestial device for Yuaning stage. Is this the helper that the herb ancestor has been waiting for? Lin Feng understood. Is he going to use thunder and lightning to restrain the gunmetal Tiger King? The thunder light was the celestial device of his master, ancestor Huanglei, who was at Yuaning stage in the Wilderness Sword sect. It was called Desolate Element 9, Refinements Thunder Net. The thunder net became bigger and bigger in the sky. In the end, it turned into a huge thunder net that covered half of the sky. The violent thunder and lightning on the net lines were rushing, making the whole net look like countless brontosaurus crisscrossing. The thunder net covered Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to escape, but he found that the thunder net moved with him as if it could extend infinitely. An inescapable net, nowhere to run. This is Lin Feng's current situation. The flowing white thunder light on the thunder net was full of explosive power. Lin Feng was sure that if he was covered by the thunder net, he would be charred in a short time. Interesting. The celestial device of Yuaning stage is really extraordinary. Lin Feng nodded and pointed to the Desolate Element 9 Refinements Thunder Net, activating the Two Realms Void technique. If I'm not mistaken, this magic treasure should have been infused with the original infant stage's understanding of the mysteries of space and power. If I'm not wrong, this celestial device should be integrated with the understanding of Yuaning Feng's realm. Amidst the white lightning, the space folds that were as dazzling as crystals stacked on top of each other like a solid wall. It forcibly froze the void and prevented the manipulation of space by the Two Realms Void technique. Even though it was only for an instant, it successfully blocked Lin Feng's two-world void technique. Lin Feng thought to himself, "So that's how it is." Seeing this, Chu Bin breathed a sigh of relief. He sneered and said, "You can't meddle in the affairs of the Wilderness Sword sect. This is the result of being nosy." Lin Feng looked at him and said, "It seems that you also know how to make Renyuan Jindan, don't you?" Seeing that Lin Feng was about to be caught, Chu Bin was in a good mood. "So what? Compared with the value of Renyuan Jindan, that loss is negligible. Do you know how useful a batch of Renyuan Jindan can be?" Lin Feng smiled and said indifferently, "You don't need to tell me now. Later. Even if you don't want to say it, I will pour out everything in your head." Chu Bin was slightly taken aback. Suddenly, he felt a faint, murderous aura looming behind him. The murderous aura was so subtle that if Chu Bin hadn't reached the middle stage of the golden elixir, he wouldn't have been able to detect it. Chu Bin sensed the danger almost instantly, but it was too late for him to avoid it. The doppelganger of the god of war quietly appeared behind Chu Bin about 300 meters away from him. But the next moment, the doppelganger of the god of war launched the Void 2 to directly replace the void behind Chu Bin. In an instant, it was less than 30 meters behind Chu Bin. This distance was close enough for the doppelganger of the god of war. A fist fiercely punched toward Chu Bin's back. On his arm, a layer of strange luster was deeply hidden in the skin. The skin was smooth and delicate, looking as soft as a baby's. But under this layer of skin, there was an unparalleled explosive power. The punch formed a huge whirlpool, firmly sucking Chu Bin's body. Not only was he unable to avoid it, but he was also sucked toward the heavy punch that could break a mountain. Chu Bin was greatly shocked. The pressure on his back increased rapidly. He could feel his hair standing on end. His life and death depended on a single thought. Chu Bin let out a loud roar. As a sword cultivator, his physical strength was far stronger than other cultivators in the golden elixir period. At the critical moment of life and death, all his strength burst out in an instant. The powerful explosive power allowed Chu Bin's body to make the most crucial reaction at the last moment when the god of war's doppelganger's attack was about to hit him. Chu Bin's body tilted slightly, finally moving his spine a little bit to the side, dodging the iron fist of the god of war's doppelganger. But it was only a little bit. The fierce punch of the god of war's doppelganger still landed on his back. The violent force only exploded the moment the two sides made contact, blasting into Chu Bin's body. Chu Bin let out a cry of agony. He was in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. The flesh on his back exploded, leaving a big hole. Distance. I must distance myself from him. This was the only thought in Chu Bin's mind. The depression in his heart almost made him roar to the sky. He was a dignified, direct disciple of the Wilderness Sword Sect, a sword cultivator at the middle stage of the Golden Elixir period, and he cultivated the Wilderness Sword Sect's supreme ancient book, the Great Desolation Sword Method. The red flame fairy sword in his hand was also an extremely powerful celestial device of the Golden Elixir period. But now he had been beaten to the point of life and death before he could even use his sword. Even at this moment, the vital part of his back was still within the attack range of his opponent. Only by distancing myself from him can I have a chance to fight back. Chu Bin drove the sword light to escape crazily, but he didn't expect that the god of war's doppelganger had already teleported in front of him with the space between two realms' wonderful technique. Chu Bin was scared out of his wits. This time, he had sent himself to the door. The god of war's doppelganger smiled and bluntly punched. No, Chu Bin screamed as his head was directly punched by the god of war's doppelganger. Without Chu Bin's control, the Desolation Element 9 refinements of thunder net suddenly paused in the sky and became less agile. Lin Feng's real body laughed and took the opportunity to escape from the thunder net. The Desolation Element 9 refinements of thunder net shrank rapidly and turned into a fist-sized ball of white thunder light again. It was about to fly in the direction of the Wilderness Sword Sect in the north. Are you going to fly back to your real owner? A Yuanying stage celestial device already has such intelligence. Not bad, not bad. Lin Feng smiled and stretched out his hands. His magic arts were constantly changing. But how can I let you go? I still need your help to deal with that tiger. As Lin Feng's hands changed the magic arts, the vast purple clouds dispersed and covered the white thunder light of the Desolation Element 9 refinements of Thundernet. In the purple clouds, light and shadow changed. Mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, pavilions, wind, and clouds. Birds and beasts appeared one after another, as if an independent small world was being built. The white thunder light was trapped in this small world and seemed to be restless. In the thunder light, a vague figure flashed. It was a gloomy old man with white hair and a high crown and ancient clothes. The old man was surrounded by violent fluctuations of Dharma power. He was as terrifying as the aged metal tiger king and the 100 Herbs ancestor. He was Chu Bin's master, the elder of Yuanying stage in the wilderness sword sect, ancestor Huang Lei. The Desolation Element 9, Refinements of Thunder, net was a celestial device refined by him in order to make it easier for the 100 Herbs ancestor and Chu Bin to use the Desolation Element 9 Refinements of Thunder net. Ancestor Huang Lei had erased most of the Dharma power restriction he left in the celestial device, leaving only a strand of divine sense to prevent others from stealing the treasure. With this divine sense, Ancestor Huang Lei could refine this celestial device into his doppelganger in a short time and then kill the enemy. Ancestor Huang Lei shouted in a deep voice, "How dare you kill my disciple and steal my celestial device? How dare you?" Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and did not answer. He focused on controlling the purple mist. The war god's doppelganger had already captured Chu Bin's divine soul. He walked forward and looked at Ancestor Huang Lei with a smile. "You talk too much." Then he raised his palm and chopped. The heavenly realm barrier directly cut off the connection between Ancestor Huang Lei and the Desolation Element 9 Refinements of Thunder net. In a cave mansion deep in the wilderness sword sect, Ancestor Huang Lei was dumbfounded. It took him a long time to come to his senses, and he flew into a rage. "When I successfully reach the middle stage of Yuanying, I'll tear you into pieces." From the white lightning, one could still vaguely hear Forefather Huang Lei's furious declaration. Lin Feng grinned and chuckled, returning his attention to the lightning net. The Desolation Element 9 Refinements of Thunder net had calmed down and was floating in the purple mist. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. "I was inspired by the heavenly cycle purple chi and created this new magic art after I reached the core formation realm, but it's still not perfect. Wait until I advance to the middle stage of Aurus core stage, after I understand the heavens and can flexibly mobilize all kinds of spiritual energy, then this third self-created spell should be able to approach perfection." Lin Feng very quickly calculated the key points clearly. He put the Desolation Element 9 Refinements of Thunder net into his pouch and thought, "I need to refine it carefully and erase the old man's mark. Then, this treasure will belong to me, but it should be enough for now." As Lin Feng was thinking, there was a loud explosion in the direction of the Eternal Spring Peak. The mist that shrouded the peak dissipated completely. The Eternal Spring defensive array was finally broken by the gunmetal Tiger King. "I should go there now. I can't be too late." Lin Feng thought, "That glutton has been completely tamed. I can use it as my mount." Chapter 166. At this moment, on Eternal Spring Peak, demons were dancing and ghosts were howling. The Eternal Spring repellent formation had been broken by the gunmetal Tiger King. The yellow clouds at the foot of the mountain and the green clouds at the waist of the mountain had all disappeared. Only the top of the mountain remained, struggling to hold on. But like a candle in the wind, it was on the verge of collapse. A large number of gunmetal tiger demons were wreaking havoc on Eternal Spring Peak. Nay, nay. With a thunderous neigh, for huge thunder dragon horses pulled a city-sized cyan thunder war chariot and rushed out. The violent force directly knocked away 2 gunmetal tiger demons that tried to block the way. The disciples of the 100 Herbs sect, who were struggling to fend off the tiger demons, cheered when they saw this. Mr. Scarlet Leaf wore a black robe and had snow-white hair. Standing on the azure thunder chariot, he looked majestic, with the seven-fiend dragon slaying sword and the magnetic yin-yang mirror, two golden elixir period artifacts, one for offense and one for defense. The other golden elixir period artifact, the dragon trapping rope, was floating in the air. When it saw an opportunity, it would tie up a tiger demon. The seven-fiend dragon slaying sword would immediately follow up with another strike, ending the tiger demon. A disciple of the 100 Herbs sect sighed when he saw this. I used to think that Mr. Scarlet Leaf didn't have a sect to back him up, and that his fame was only due to the flattery of others. Now that I've seen him, I know that his fame is not just for show. Yes, he's really powerful. A demon general level tiger demon couldn't even last one round against him. The others agreed. Even if it's a demon marshal level tiger demon, Mr. Scarlet Leaf can still put up a fight. I wonder how powerful Mr. Scarlet Leaf will be if he can form a golden elixir in the future. Just thinking about it makes me feel terrified. Someone said sourly, "What are you so proud of? You're just flaunting your power with a few good artifacts. I can do it too." The person was immediately mocked by the crowd. A lot of treasures means that Mr. Scarlet Leaf is very lucky with your petty character. The treasures won't pick you. Faced with the threat of a horde of tiger demons, young Master Scarlet Leaf no longer held back. The Cyan Thunder Chariot unleashed its full power, and the rumbling thunder smashed towards the Gungjin tiger demons. Countless electric snakes shot towards the tiger demons like arrows, causing great damage to the dense group of tiger demons. The 4 Brontosaurus horses, which were the size of small elephants, also displayed their prowess. Their hooves danced in the air, and the smaller and weaker gunmetal tiger demons were directly trampled to death by the Brontosaurus horses. The strength of these 4 Brontosaurus horses was comparable to that of demon generals. They were gifted and had inherited a trace of the bloodline of the ancient Brontosaurus. Although their bloodline was extremely impure, they still had the ability to control lightning. Together with the Azure Thunder Chariot, they dashed around the battlefield like a huge ball of lightning, constantly crushing the tiger demons. Lightning was indeed the bane of the Gungjin tiger tribe. Against these tiger demons, the combination of the Brontosaurus horses and the Azure Thunder Chariot was even more effective than young Master Scarlet Leaf, controlling the 3 great enchanted artifacts. Young Master Scarlet Leaf activated the 7 Evils dragon-slaying sword and killed another tiger demon. He looked back at the peak and thought hatefully, "Gungjin Tiger King, you ruined my plans today. I will definitely have my revenge in the future. When the time comes, don't even think of begging to be my guardian tiger. I will definitely kill you." The flashy young Master Scarlet Leaf finally attracted the attention of a tiger demon commander. The fiend tiger demon commander, who had fought him before, sneered, "What an arrogant brat. Let's go, let's kill him quickly. This person has many treasures on him. Once we kill him, we will gain a great harvest." When the other tiger demon commanders saw the treasures on young Master Scarlet Leaf, they immediately became envious and charged towards the Cyan Thunder Chariot. They did not care about the rules of one-on-one combat. They only wanted to kill young Master Scarlet Leaf and obtain the treasures and enchanted artifacts first. As a result, 4 or 5 tiger demon commanders charged at young Master Scarlet Leaf together. Young Master Scarlet Leaf was in big trouble now. Even when the fiend tiger demon commander challenged him alone, he had to be on high alert, let alone 4 or 5 tiger demon commanders attacking him together. The dragon trapping rope was useless, the magnetic yin-yang mirror was immediately defeated, and even the 7 Evils dragon-slaying sword was fended off by 2 tiger demon commanders. A Brontosaurus horse was almost beheaded by the fiend tiger demon commander. Young Master Scarlet Leaf's face darkened. Dragons in shallow waters are toyed with by shrimps. In the future, if I don't destroy your Gungjin tiger tribe, I swear I'm not human. The fiend tiger demon commander grinned. Today, you don't need to be human anymore. Become my ghost. A violent golden light flashed and condensed into a giant metal claw. It was around an acre wide and swiped at young Master Scarlet Leaf. With just you, young Master Scarlet Leaf's arcane artifacts were being held back by the other demon commanders, but he did not panic. Just as the fiend tiger demon commander's huge metallic claws were about to reach him, the space around him suddenly distorted. The great force of the twisting space directly knocked the fiend tiger demon commander's metal claw away. What is this? The fiend tiger demon commander was shocked. A few more tiger demon commanders tried to surround young Master Scarlet Leaf, but they were all knocked away by this strange force. However, young Master Scarlet Leaf did not have it easy either. He was surrounded and beaten up by a group of tiger demon commanders. Although he was not injured, he felt indescribably depressed. He was so depressed that he almost went mad. Roar! At this moment, a mighty dragon's roar suddenly rang out in the sky. A mighty aura that seemed to rule over all life immediately spread out, suppressing all the tiger demon commanders below the tiger demon commanders until their legs turned to jelly. Even the expressions of the fiend tiger demon commander and the other tiger demon commanders who had condensed their Yao cores changed drastically when they heard the dragon's roar. The 4 brontosaurus horses that young Master Scarlet Leaf used to pull the carriage were in an even worse state. Their hooves gave way, and they all knelt on the ground, like subjects welcoming their ruler. They possessed a sliver of the dragon clan's bloodline. As a result, it was easier for them to submit to a true dragon. Everyone present even forgot about the battle. They raised their heads and stared into the distant sky. Their thick clouds constantly churned. Within the clouds, a heavenly dragon could be vaguely seen rising and falling. It would reveal its scales and claws from time to time, but its head and tail were nowhere to be seen. It was extremely mysterious. However, the powerful aura and the dignity of the dragon clan from the clouds made everyone certain that it was an extremely pure-blooded dragon. Finally, the clouds split open. A colossal creature over 300 meters long descended from the sky, flying towards Eternal Spring Peak. Its head resembled an ox. Its horns resembled a deer. Its eyes resembled a prawn. Its ears resembled an elephant. Its neck resembled a snake. Its abdomen resembled a snake. Its scales resembled a fish. Its claws resembled a phoenix. And its palms resembled a tiger. There were 81 scales on its back, representing the number of 9 by 9. Its breath formed clouds, and its voice sounded like a copper plate. There were whiskers by its mouth and pearls under its chin. It was a genuine true dragon. The black scales on its body shone with a dark light, and its body was brimming with chi and blood. It was the refined black dragon with the strongest physical strength among the primordial heavenly dragons. Look, there's a person standing on the dragon's back. Someone suddenly cried out in shock. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone knew that the dragon clan was one of the strongest species. The primordial heavenly dragons had once ruled over the vast 1,000 worlds millions of years ago. The pride of the dragon clan was known throughout the world. Yet, it was clearly willing to allow someone to stand on its back. Even Master Scarlet Leaf and the girls around him were shocked. They focused their eyesight and looked at the back of the armored black dragon. They saw a young man standing leisurely on the dragon's back with his hands behind his back. His purple robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. 3 tiger martial fae revealed looks of displeasure when they saw this scene. Although it's a pure-blooded, refined black dragon, it's only at the fae commander level. What's there to be arrogant about? It was said that dragons and tigers fought. When the 3 tiger demon commanders saw how awe-inspiring the black dragon was, and how it clearly did not come with good intentions after descending on the eternal spring peak, the 3 tiger clan demon commanders roared and lunged at the black dragon in the air. The purple-robed young man on the refined black dragon's back was naturally Lin Feng. At this moment, he was looking at the colorful clouds on the mountaintop. There were metallic reflections flashing in the clouds from time to time. Looks like I'm not late. The timing is just right. As Lin Feng was thinking, he heard 3 tiger roars. Then he saw 3 metal gung tiger demons at the Fey commander level rise into the sky and charge at him, and the refined black dragon. The refined black dragon was already extremely irritated from being stepped on by Lin Feng. However, it did not dare to lose its temper in front of Lin Feng. Now that it was provoked by the tiger demons, its anger immediately erupted. The black dragon swung its huge claws down and collided with a gung metal tiger demon that was rushing over. The gung metal tiger demon was covered in barbs, flashing with a cold light as it shot towards the black dragon. However, it could do nothing to the black dragon's iron-like scales. In terms of defense, the black scales of the refining armor black dragon were even sturdier than the steel skin of the gung metal tiger demon. The tiger demon could not break through the refined black dragon's defense. Instead, it was pressed against the mountain peak by the refined black dragon's claws, unable to move. The other 2 tiger marshals were enraged and were about to come to their rescue. Lin Feng was expressionless as he casually pointed. The charging momentum of the 2 tiger demons suddenly came to a halt. They blankly looked down, but to their horror, they found that their lower bodies had disappeared without a trace. The tiger demon's metal skin was hard to deal a fatal blow to even Sir Scarlet Leaf's strongest golden elixir period magic weapon, the dragon-slaying sword of 7 evils. But now, the 2 gung tiger demons were cut in half at the waist. It was like a knife cutting through tofu. They could not resist at all. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. Looking at the 3 dying tiger marshals, they were so shocked that they could not speak. After a long time, the crowd suddenly exploded. Who is this? He is so powerful. He easily killed the tiger marshals and even rode on a dragon. Could he be an ancestor of the Yuaning period? I don't know, but he is really powerful. Most importantly, he killed the tiger marshals too easily, like killing ants. Suddenly, someone in the crowd murmured, "Sir Scarlet Leaf is completely incomparable." After a moment of silence, the crowd burst into an uproar again. However, everyone lowered their voices. How? Others killed tiger marshals, while Sir Scarlet Leaf only killed demon generals. Surrounded by a few tiger marshals, he could only take a beating without being able to fight back. You can tell just by looking at his mount. Didn't you see his brontosaurus horses all kneel when they saw the dragon? Although the voice was soft, how could Sir Scarlet Leaf not hear it clearly? He was so angry that he couldn't speak. His face turned from ashen to crimson red, especially when he saw his disappointing 4 thunder dragon horses. They had always been arrogant with him, and they had won him a lot of face. But now they were respectful. They bent their hooves and knelt on the ground. Their 4 horse faces looked at the armored black dragon with flattering expressions, as if they wanted to offer their chrysanthemums. Seeing this, Sir Scarlet Leaf was even more furious. On the chariot, the woman in palace attire, who was addressed as Big Sister by the other members of Sir Scarlet Leaf's harem, stared at Lin Feng for a while and suddenly said, "Lang Jun, look, that person looks familiar." Hearing this, Sir Scarlet Leaf took a closer look. He had already recognized Lin Feng. Thinking back to how he had proposed to accept Lin Feng as his chariot, he immediately felt dizzy. He calmed himself down and noticed that the women in the chariot all had strange expressions on their faces. Instantly, he felt all the blood in his body rush to his head. How dare you humiliate me like this? Sir Scarlet Leaf roared. His body flashed with a green light, and a small cauldron suddenly flew out from the green light. Chapter 167. In reality, after Lin Feng arrived at Eternal Spring Peak, he didn't even look at Mr. Redleaf. Most of his attention was focused on the battle between the 100 Herbs ancestor and the Gung Metal Tiger King in the colorful clouds at the peak. However, Lin Feng's actions had undoubtedly provoked Mr. Redleaf even more. The behavior of looking down on others was undoubtedly indifference, or simply ignoring their existence. The arrogant girl called Buchi looked at Lin Feng, and then at Mr. Redleaf. She said, "Lang Jun, it really is the person you wanted to take as your master back then." Sigh. As soon as she said this, all the cultivators of the 100 Herbs sect and the Gung Metal Tiger tribe focused their attention on Mr. Redleaf. There was a dead silence in the air. Everyone stared at Mr. Redleaf with a strange expression. He wanted to take Lin Feng as his master. After a while, everyone, be it humans or demons, burst into laughter. No one spoke. Everyone just laughed nonstop until they were out of breath. But just because they didn't speak didn't mean others didn't understand. Every part of Mr. Scarlet Leaf's skin that was not covered by his clothes was blood red. He looked like a cooked prawn. How dare you humiliate me like this? I'm so angry." Mr. Red Leaf erupted like a volcano. As he roared, a green light flashed on his body, and a small bronze cauldron flew out from the green light. After the small bronze cauldron appeared, it attracted Lin Feng's attention. "Oh, I didn't expect this guy to have such a wonderful treasure. It's a treasure that can move through space like the black cloud flag." Wait, no, it's even stronger than the black cloud flag. This is not a magic item from the golden elixir period. It's of a higher level, but it was damaged and can't use its full power. It would be good if it could use 1/10 of its power. Lin Feng was now completely interested. He turned his head and saw the small bronze cauldron suddenly vibrate under Mr. Redleaf's control. The small cauldron suddenly disappeared from its spot. It traveled through space and appeared in front of the Fiend Tiger Demon Commander the moment it disappeared. The Fiend Tiger Demon Commander was shocked, but it was already too late for him to dodge. He could only circulate his demon chi and instantly gather a large amount of metal essence chi to form a large metal shield in front of him. Although the tiny bronze cauldron did not seem very impressive, the Fiend Tiger Demon Commander's cultivation and the innate vigilance towards danger made the Fiend Tiger Demon Commander feel a great threat from the tiny bronze cauldron. Using his full strength, he completely gave up on attacking and used all his demon chi to defend. With his strength, even the 7-fiend dragon slaying sword would not be able to break his defense. However, when the small bronze cauldron collided with the large metal shield, circles of ripples appeared in the space, like water ripples. As for the small cauldron, it was like a stone that had been thrown into the water. While creating ripples, it penetrated the metal shield easily. Under the horrified gaze of the Fiend Tiger Demon Commander, his body was directly penetrated by the small bronze cauldron. He had no way to resist. Before the tiny cauldron, Zhang Xian's defenses were as fragile as paper. Everyone's laughter gradually disappeared as they watched in shock as young Master Red Leaf killed the Fiend Tiger Demon General in one move. Young Master Red Leaf's face was slightly pale. Controlling the small bronze cauldron was still very taxing for him, especially the speed at which his magic power was being consumed. However, young Master Red Leaf was extremely pleased. "You dare to laugh at me? I'll show you what I'm really capable of. A mere demon commander is nothing but a chicken and a stray dog." Normally, I use the void cauldron to protect myself and don't let it out easily. However, you frogs at the bottom of a well have underestimated me. I'll let you know that my void cauldron is used for defense. It resides in the unmoving void and is indestructible. When it's used for offense, it can shatter space and is indestructible. Young Master Redleaf's face flushed with a sickly red. His gaze swept across the shocked expressions of the crowd, and his heart felt as carefree as drinking ice water in June. After looking around, young Master Redleaf's gaze finally landed on Lin Feng, and he smiled proudly. Lin Feng was indeed looking at him now. However, his expression did not seem to be one of shock or fear. Instead, there was a hint of pity. "Who do you think you are? How dare you look at me like that?" Before he could finish his thought, young Master Redleaf suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head and stared blankly at the bloody tip of the sword protruding from his chest. Behind him, the arrogant and cold woman in the palace dress, who was called Big Sister, held a long sword in her hand and sighed softly. "Finally, the day you release the void cauldron from your body." Young Master Redleaf blinked, as if he finally understood something. He roared and was about to counterattack. However, before he could do so, several sharp swords had already pierced into his body. Various types of magic power were wildly destroying his meridians, blood vessels, flesh, and internal organs. Boom! The cauldron on young Master Redleaf's beer shattered. Then his beer collapsed, and his sea of chi was torn apart. His life force was completely wiped out. Why on earth? Slowly, young Master Redleaf's body collapsed to the ground. The haughty and cold woman smiled. "Have you ever wondered why we're following you?" Young Master Redleaf shook his head with difficulty. Wasn't it because of his charm? The woman smiled and said, "I'm very interested in that void cauldron of yours. I want it for myself." Young Master Redleaf panted and looked at the other women. "Then what about you?" An elegant, purple-clothed woman said, "Everyone says that you've reached enlightenment in the mountains alone and embarked on the path of cultivation. Tell me, is it true? That day, when you were wandering in the mountains, you met a cultivator who was possessed by the devil and was on the verge of death. Actually, his condition wasn't that serious. As long as you did, as he said, and soaked his body in the ice pond, he would be fine. How did you do it? You picked up his Tao technique book, then turned around and left, leaving him alone there to suffer all sorts of torture. And in the end, he died." The purple-clothed woman said emotionlessly, "That man was my father. I was late that day. By the time I wanted to save him, it was already too late. All I could do was watch my father pass away in pain." She bent down and looked at young Master Redleaf's pale face. She said softly, "My dear husband, do you think I should kill you?" An indifferent, white-clothed woman said to young Master Redleaf, "Don't look at me like that. I'm cultivating the primordial maiden art of Mistress Sue and need a cauldron. I happen to meet you. You're quite suitable, so I've been using you all this time." Young Master Redleaf's eyes widened. Cough, cough, cough. Up in the sky, Lin Feng almost choked on his own saliva. He looked at young Master Redleaf, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Well, you're really unlucky. After all this time, it wasn't you who had sex with him. It was him who had sex with you." Young Master Redleaf didn't despair. He looked at the other three women and said, "You guys—" Xiang Laniying shook her head regretfully and said, "I have no grudge against you, young master, but I don't really love you. I'm here for the Renyuan Jindan." The shy and timid girl lowered her head and didn't say a word. The girl named Xiao Mang, who looked cute and arrogant, sneered and said, "Xiao Ro has a tender face. I'll say it for her." Xiao Ro has a childhood sweetheart at home. But because she met you and you took a liking to him, he came to propose marriage. Her father tried to curry favor with you, but she was afraid that your power would hurt her lover. That's why she had to give herself to you. You'd better not think too highly of yourself. Xiao Meng said with a sarcastic smile. As for me, I was hunted down that day. I was just using you to avoid trouble. I wanted to thank you, but you tried to take me by force. Xiao Meng's anger rose from the bottom of her heart. She walked up and stomped heavily on young Master Redleaf's penis. Stomping once wasn't enough to vent her anger, so she stomped on it twice. In the sky, Lin Feng and the Black Dragon, who were both males, looked at young Master Redleaf, who had curled into a ball like a shrimp. Both of them felt a chill in their crotch. Lin Feng subconsciously covered his crotch with his hands and shook his head. It really hurts. From the first time he met young Master Redleaf, Lin Feng found it strange. Young Master Redleaf was full of treasures, and his luck was heaven-defying. Yet, in his talent potential value, he only had 5 points. At that time, Lin Feng almost thought that the talent detector had malfunctioned. When he met young Master Redleaf again outside Eternal Spring Mountain because of the fiend tiger demon general, Lin Feng used the talent detector again. Well, this time, there were only 4 points left. Then, what had happened during this time? It was simple. Someone had taken in another harem. Taking in a harem was not the main point. Luck was a mysterious thing, but it was related to everyone's personality and style of doing things. There was an old saying, personality determines fate. Having too many wives wouldn't ruin one's feng shui, but the problem was if you took in a bunch of ill-intentioned wives, it would be a big problem. Because he killed Taoist Tai Mu, Lin Feng already knew that Xiang Laning was only following young Master Redleaf. As for the other women, according to Lin Feng's observation, whether it was when they met Taoist Tai Mu or the fiend tiger demon general, their actions were like adding oil to the fire. They were doing everything they could to help young Master Redleaf attract hatred. They were really afraid that their husband would die too slowly. Then, the problem was simple. Including Xiang Laning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, there were exactly 6 of them. They forcibly defeated young Master Redleaf, who originally had a heaven-defying luck value, and turned him into a failure. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. That's why I said, young man, you're too naive. Love is selfish, and no one is willing to share it with others. You said that you have a harem, and you fight every day. That's barely normal. You have a harem, and it's so harmonious. Who would believe that? Harems don't fight among themselves, but instead band together. Who do you think they're going to fight? It's definitely you. It's not that you can't have a harem, but if you want to have sex with every woman you see, and if you want to take in beautiful women, you should at least do some research first. Isn't it too much to accept a bunch of your enemies into your harem? Did he really think that his charm could brainwash people? Lin Feng looked at the dying young Master Redleaf with pity and said, starting a harem is a very delicate and technical thing. Young man, you're still too young. Refining armor, Black Dragon. What? Hearing that dragons were lustful, Lin Feng reminded, Brother Dragon, the harem is dangerous. You need to be careful. Chapter 168. Mr. Maple's eyes were wide open, and he finally breathed his last. As for his treasures, they lost their spirituality after the death of their original owners. They floated in the air, no longer moving. Only the bronze void cauldron and the 7 Evils dragon-slaying sword seemed to be freed from their shackles after Mr. Maple's death. The 7 Evils dragon-slaying sword, in particular, flew aggressively toward the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon growled, feeling a trace of threat from the ominous sword. It was called the dragon-slaying sword, and it did deal additional damage to the dragon race. Seeing this, Lin Feng formed a seal with both hands and used the purple mist to construct a small world, storing the Seven Evils dragon-slaying sword inside. Feeling the Seven Evils dragon-slaying sword tossing around in the purple small world, Lin Feng laughed. "Why are you so restless? I'll find you a companion to play with." The bronze void cauldron wanted to break the void and escape, but it was stopped by Lin Feng's all-heaven boundary. This action seemed to enrage the bronze void cauldron. It turned into a ray of green light in the air and spun around, striking toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng faintly smiled and ignored him, taking out the purple little world and storing the little cauldron inside. The bronze void cauldron tried to break the void and escape, but Lin Feng was prepared. He immediately used the all-heaven boundary to reinforce the purple small world, sealing the bronze void cauldron and the Seven Evils dragon slaying sword inside. The purple small world shrunk to the size of a grain of rice. Lin Feng opened his mouth and swallowed the light. After dealing with these two treasures, Lin Feng had no interest in staying. He drove the black dragon to the top of Eternal Spring Peak. The black dragon roared, "There's a demon king up there, and it's an outstanding one like the Gung Metal Tiger King. I don't want to die." Lin Feng tapped the black dragon's head with the tip of his foot. "With me here, you don't have to worry." The black dragon snorted, "Then I won't go up either." "You look big, but you're so timid," Lin Feng said with a faint smile. "You have to go up today, even if you don't want to." He chuckled and said word by word, "Black dragon, Jieyu?" The black dragon shuddered and almost fell from the sky. "How do you know my real name?" The refining armor black dragon yelled in exasperation. Lin Feng smiled without saying a word. With the soul of Jieyu's original owner, Chungang, in his hands, the black dragon Jieyu was no secret to him. The Taishu Temple truly lived up to its reputation as the #1 holy land in the world. Not only did it care for the Dragon Clan, but it also created a secret method to control the Dragon Clan. Its true name was the Art of Dragon Control. After learning the true name of the dragon race, it was a secret technique that was refined using the dragon race's blood essence and one's own blood essence. After successfully casting it, one could control the dragon race to a certain extent. However, this method was only suitable for the weaker members of the Dragon Clan. It mainly targeted dragons below the level of Demon King. Even so, it was still an extremely powerful secret technique. After all, the Dragon Clan was almost the top existence among the demons of the same realm. The Black Dragon Jia, you had no choice but to follow Lin Feng's words and fly to the Eternal Spring Peak. However, along the way, Lin Feng did not forget about the large number of spiritual herb seedlings cultivated by the 100 Herb sect. Although some of them had been destroyed in the battle, the number and variety of the remaining ones were still considerable. Lin Feng was not picky. As long as there were different types of herbs, he would collect a portion of them. By the time he reached the Eternal Spring Peak, he had already harvested a lot. There were hundreds and thousands of herbs in his bag. On the peak, the 100 Herb sect's main hall had been reduced to ruins. The Gung Metal Tiger King was squatting on the ground. Its 2 front claws had turned into 2 giant metal claws that seemed to be able to cover the sky. The 2 giant metal claws were holding onto a thick and long rattan. The rattan was thousands of meters long and dozens of meters thick. It looked like a ferocious green dragon. However, this green dragon was now firmly gripped by the Gung Metal Tiger King's sky-covering claws. It could only struggle and twist. It looked extremely futile, like a dying struggle. The base of the giant rattan was a giant green ball of light. The ball of light was transparent, and the 100 Herb ancestor was sitting inside. The 100 Herb ancestor's expression was extremely solemn. As he controlled the giant rattan, he invoked a technique to communicate with the colorful clouds in the sky. This was the final restriction of the eternal spring defensive formation. Under the 100 Herb ancestors' control, the colorful clouds descended from the sky and enveloped the eternal spring peak. The gung metal tiger king let out a long laugh. It raised its head to the sky and blew hard. The clouds followed the dragon, and the wind followed the tiger. The gung metal tiger king's breath immediately caused a huge gust of wind. The wind was filled with the essence of metal. It was like countless sharp metal blades that constantly cut through the colorful clouds. Lin Feng observed from the side. He thought, the sharpness of this wind is almost on par with the 9 heavens phaseless astral wind. Although the gung metal tiger king had the upper hand, the 100 Herb ancestor was also constantly fighting back. The giant rattan kept leaking green juice, burning the gung metal tiger king's giant metal claws until they were smoking. The corrosive power of the green juice was even greater than the red juice secreted by the iron blood vines that were used to deal with ordinary tiger demons halfway up the mountain. If a gung metal tiger demon below the demon king level came into contact with the green juice, they would be corroded into slag in no time, no matter how tough their skin was. The juice was condensed from the 100 Herb ancestors' 1,000 years of cultivation and magic power. It was extremely powerful. The gung metal tiger king's body was originally shining with silver light, but now there were a few rust-like marks on it. They were all caused by the corrosion in the previous battle. Even with his cultivation, he had to do his best to avoid being stained by the green juice. But overall, the gung metal tiger king still had the upper hand. After blowing away the colorful mist, the gung metal tiger king let out a loud roar. It exerted all of its strength with its claws, ignoring the corrosive effect of the green liquid. It activated all of its metal elemental demonic power and crazily cut the huge green vine. The 100 Herb ancestor's expression changed drastically. He wanted to block, but the gung metal tiger king's attack was too powerful. It directly tore the 1,000-meter-long vine down the middle. Monster! The 100 Herb ancestor's face turned red, then green. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The giant green vines were formed from his magic power. Now that the gung metal tiger king had broken his magic, the 100 Herb ancestor was heavily injured even with his profound cultivation. This child is not worth fighting with. What has Chu been doing? Judging by the distance, he should have returned long ago. The 100 Herb's ancestor's heart was bleeding, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly as the gung metal tiger king scattered its claws, and a vast amount of metal-attributed spiritual energy formed a huge circular blade in the air. In the next moment, the giant circular blade chopped down on the top of Eternal Spring Peak like a giant axe. Eternal Spring Peak was the foundation of the 100 Herbs sect for thousands of years. For thousands of years, there had always been many disciples cultivating there. The amount of spiritual chi that they absorbed every day was a huge amount. Over time, Eternal Spring Peak itself had become more and more solid. Furthermore, the 100 Herb ancestor had been absorbing spiritual chi for thousands of years. The Eternal Spring Peak was much sturdier than a normal mountain. But now, the gung metal tiger king's axe chopped the Eternal Spring Peak in half. Countless boulders tumbled down from the peak of the mountain, smashing into the human cultivators and the demons of the tiger tribe, who were still engaged in battle. They had no choice but to put down their battle and dodge the falling boulders. The 100 Herb ancestor roared, "Monster, don't be so arrogant." The giant green vines that had been broken turned into a misty green light as vast as the ocean. In the center of this green light, a faint red light appeared, like a flower in full bloom. "Breaking my green vines is not a skill. Monster, take my reincarnation flower. Under the 100 herb ancestors' control, the red light spun rapidly like a blossoming flower, enveloping the gunmetal Tiger King. Anyone who was devoured by the reincarnation flower would be dragged into the cycle of reincarnation, unable to reincarnate. The gunmetal Tiger King had been fighting the 100 herbs ancestor without moving, but when he saw the red flower of reincarnation, he had no choice but to stand up. He moved as fast as lightning, and instead of dodging or retreating, he faced the red flower of reincarnation head-on. From afar, Lin Feng only saw a white flash. In the blink of an eye, it flashed thousands of times. Every time, the white light would touch the red reincarnation flower lightly, but it was like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water. Every time, it would only touch the red reincarnation flower lightly, then retreat and disappear. Then, it would immediately come again from another angle. One attack was nothing, but when thousands of attacks stacked together, it forcefully dissolved the 100 herb ancestors' reincarnation flower. Despair rose in the 100 herb ancestor's heart. His killer move had been nullified by the opponent before it could do anything. The flashing white light finally stopped, revealing the gunmetal Tiger King's figure. He looked exhausted. He had used up a lot of his demon power. I'll nourish myself first. Then I'll play with you, 100 herb old man, the gunmetal Tiger King chuckled. His claws turned into giant metal claws again. He tore apart the mountain peak that he had split in half, revealing the secret pill room hidden in the belly of the mountain. Without hesitation, the gunmetal Tiger King tore apart the ice wall around the pill room and tore off the roof, revealing rows of neatly stacked jars. Just as the gunmetal Tiger King was about to grab one of the jars, endless yellow sand and water suddenly appeared, turning into a turbid river that blocked the tiger's claws. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw this. As expected, Kong Nanhua appeared above the pill room, facing the gunmetal Tiger King calmly. A red shadow flashed past. It was Yu Hongyan who had used this opportunity to break into the pill room. He quickly fished out the children from the jars one after another. The gunmetal Tiger King and the 100 herb ancestor roared at the same time. Where did this scoundrel come from? Kong Nanhua did not answer. He only formed a seal with both hands. Countless grains of sand formed a giant shield, covering the sky above the pill room. The sand shield was smooth and perfectly circular. The surface of the shield was covered with runes that looked like rivers. Each river was connected to each other, as if it was flowing nonstop. It was hard to tell where the source was and where the end was. It seemed to be endless. The gunmetal Tiger King squinted his eyes and suddenly clawed at Kong Nanhua's sand shield. Chapter 169. The giant claw made of metal demonic energy clawed at Kong Nanhua's sand shield. A Yuanying stage cultivator should have been crushed by a late-stage golden elixir stage cultivator. However, the gunmetal Tiger King's claw failed to break the sand shield. The gunmetal Tiger King's eyes widened. Even if it had used up a lot of demonic energy to break the 100 herbs ancestors' evergreen vine and reincarnation flower, it shouldn't have been something a golden elixir period cultivator could block. The gunmetal Tiger King snorted and increased its strength. This time, the sand shield shattered. However, before the gunmetal Tiger King could make another move, the countless grains of sand gathered again and formed a sand shield in front of the gunmetal Tiger King. Behind the sand shield was Kong Nanhua's calm and determined face. His face was paler than before, but his eyes were more passionate. Everyone could see his unwavering and unyielding determination. Lin Feng looked from afar and had a sudden realization. Kong Nanhua must have found the complete version of the eternal Ganges quicksand curse. The Tao technique that Kong Nanhua practiced before was called the Hidden Quicksand Curse. It was an incomplete version of the eternal Ganges quicksand curse. Therefore, Kong Nanhua couldn't master many exquisite Tao techniques and divine abilities. But at this moment, Kong Nanhua's mana and aura were perfect and flawless. Moreover, it was like the eternal Ganges river, never-ending and seemingly endless. In addition, he had reached the late-stage golden elixir stage. Lin Feng was sure that Kong Nanhua had obtained the complete version of the eternal Ganges quicksand curse after they parted ways in the great swamp of the ancient region. This Tao technique was extremely top-notch, and the cultivator's magic power was extraordinary. If Kong Nanhua was allowed to set up the eternal Ganges quicksand formation and fight against the divine martial immortal execution formation led by General Xie, it would be hard to say who would win. If Kong Nanhua had the chance to set up the formation today, it wouldn't have been easy for the Gunmetal Tiger King to break the eternal Ganges quicksand formation. However, the fact that Kong Nanhua and Yu Hongyan had tried to take away the young boy who was going to be used as a cauldron to concoct the Runyuan Jindan had not only angered the aged Metal Tiger King, but also the 100 Herbs ancestor. It would take some time for the Runyuan Jindan to be truly refined. If Yu Hongyan released them now, the efforts of the 100 Herbs ancestor would be wasted. None of you can leave today. The 100 Herbs ancestor's face was dark. He flew into the sky and vanished into the colorful clouds. In an instant, a large amount of spiritual qi in the colorful clouds began to gather at the center of the clouds. A terrifying annihilation intent filled the entire sky. The Gunmetal Tiger King coldly glanced at the colorful clouds, then turned to look at Kong Nanhua. And Yu Hongyan, take them out. I don't care if it's a Runyuan Jindan or not. As long as they still have enough spiritual energy in their bodies, it's enough. Run. Let's see how far you can run. The Gunmetal Tiger King sneered, then looked up at the sky again. Don't blame me for not reminding you. It won't take long for me to get rid of the 100 Herbs ancestor. After that, the Gunmetal Tiger King let out a long roar, then flew into the colorful clouds. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The colorful clouds seemed to be able to block people's perception of what's going on inside. In this way, it could help him cover up. When Lin Feng showed up, Kong Nanhua noticed him immediately. You're here too, fellow Taoist Lin. Are you also here for the Runyuan Jindan? Yes, I'm here for the Runyuan Jindan, but I'm not waiting for it to be refined. I'm here to make sure it never appears again. Lin Feng said, looking up at the colorful clouds in the sky. You can just escort these children down the mountain. I'll take care of the rest. Yu Hongyan looked at Lin Feng in the sky, his red eyes shining. Kong Nanhua showed a relieved smile. Thank you, my friend. There are still many tiger demons on the Eternal Spring Peak, including some demon commanders. I'll come back to help you after I escort them to a safe place. Lin Feng laughed. That won't be necessary. As he laughed, he rose into the sky and dashed into the colorful clouds. As soon as he entered the colorful clouds and mist, Lin Feng immediately discovered the secret within. The 3 restrictive spells of the celestial eternal spring formation were the yellow clouds at the foot of the mountain, which condensed the essence of the earth and used the thick essence of the earth to suppress and imprison intruders. The dark green clouds halfway up the mountain were the main body of the celestial eternal spring formation. The dark green clouds were rich with life force, which made it easy to cultivate all kinds of aggressive plants. However, these 2 restrictive spells could only be used to deal with people of lower cultivation. To deal with experts above the golden elixir period, they would have to rely on the colorful clouds above the mountain. Here, the colorful clouds would confuse the minds of the intruders, causing them to lose their clarity of mind and unable to extricate themselves from the formation. At the same time, The colorful clouds were extremely corrosive, corroding away the intruder's magic power. The colorful clouds were like a giant man-eating flower. After swallowing the intruders, it would slowly digest them. The colorful clouds were connected to the 100 grass ancestors' mind, so he immediately sensed Lin Feng's arrival. However, Lin Feng naturally released his magic power to resist the colorful clouds' invasion. He didn't use any techniques like the celestial barrier. This gave the 100 grass ancestor the false impression that the intruder was just an ordinary early golden elixir cultivator. He was busy fighting the gunmetal tiger king, so he didn't have time to worry about Lin Feng. He was confident that the corrosive power of the colorful clouds was enough to kill Lin Feng. At the center of the colorful clouds, the 100 grass ancestor sat cross-legged. A giant, round fruit floated in the air above his head. Large amounts of spiritual energy and magic power in the colorful clouds were endlessly gathering into this fruit. The huge fruit had a cyan skin, and it was flickering with colorful lights. It was like a heart pulsating with a unique rhythm. The 100 grass ancestor stared at the gunmetal tiger king in the colorful clouds and said in a low voice, "Monster, take my heaven-opening fruit." The giant fruit fell from the sky and smashed down. The fruit showed faint signs of cracking. This strange scene seemed to contain the concept of the beginning of the world. When the world was created, all things were born. Thousands of plants and trees grew vigorously, transforming into a green world, although it was filled with a rich aura of life. The powerful force that simulated the beginning of the world made the gunmetal tiger king, who was facing it directly, cautious. After a long roar, the gunmetal tiger king's body also appeared like a metal armor. Countless sharp metal blades emerged from the surface of its body. It crouched on the ground, its body covered with blades like a forest, like an iron hedgehog. Just like how it dealt with the reincarnation flower, the gunmetal tiger king didn't dodge or defend passively. Instead, it turned into a dazzling golden light, and with a sharpness that almost tore the colorful clouds apart, it faced the 100 grass ancestors' strongest spell head-on. The heaven-opening fruit, the green fruit, and the golden light met in the center of the colorful clouds. The heaven-opening fruit simulated the powerful force of the beginning of the world, and thousands of colorful light rays gushed out in all directions. When the light rays came into contact with the colorful clouds, it was like sparks landing on dry wood, and the colorful clouds also went berserk. From afar, the colorful clouds that originally only covered the eternal spring peak were now growing crazily. They became more and more condensed, as if they had turned from gas to solid. Powerful waves of transcendence energy directly locked down this region, trying to refine all living beings within its range. However, there was a flash of golden light that was like a blade that could destroy the world. It cut through all the obstacles in its path and forcibly separated the colorful clouds and the countless streams of light formed by the heaven-opening fruit. The 100 grass ancestor was shocked. Even the heaven-opening fruit can't do anything to this demon? In the blink of an eye, the golden light had already reached him. It paused slightly, and the gunmetal tiger king appeared. The murderous demon king smiled cruelly at the 100 grass ancestor. It raised one of its front claws, which were like several large guillotines, and swiped viciously at the 100 grass ancestor. The 100 grass ancestor retreated in shock, but he couldn't avoid blood splattering everywhere. A few terrible wounds appeared on his chest. This demon king is vicious. I can only take revenge for today. In the future, the 100 grass ancestor took a deep breath and circulated his transcendence energy. Most of his wounds had already healed. Although he wasn't very good at fighting, his regenerative abilities were shocking. Seeing that even his strongest offensive spell the heaven-opening fruit, couldn't do anything to the Gung Metal Tiger King. The 100-grass ancestor thought of running away. He glared at Kong Nanhua and Yu Hongyan at the top of Eternal Spring Peak. Two scoundrels who took advantage of the situation and ruined my plans. If you can escape from this Demon King, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The Gung Metal Tiger King probably wouldn't chase after the 100-grass ancestor for the sake of the Rinyuan Jindan and the large amount of spiritual herbs left near Eternal Spring Peak. Just as he was about to break through the void and escape, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. "My friend, please wait." The 100-grass ancestor and the Gung Metal Tiger King were stunned at the same time. They saw a purple-robed young man slowly walk out of the colorful clouds. It was Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and cupped his hands at the 100-grass ancestor. "Don't panic, my friend. I'm here to help you subdue this demon." As he spoke, Black Dragon Jieyu was released, and he pounced at the Gung Metal Tiger King. "I don't want to. That's a demon king." Jieyu roared, but he couldn't make a sound. Lin Feng formed a spell sign with his hands, leisurely smiling. "The one named Jieyu, listen to my orders. Fight this tiger demon to the death, and do not retreat." Jieyu roared. "If I don't die in this battle, I'll definitely get justice for you." Although there was nothing he could do, under the command of Lin Feng's true name and the art of dragon taming, he had no choice but to fight the Gung Metal Tiger King. Lin Feng chuckled. "Don't worry, I'm here. You won't die." Seeing this, the Gung Metal Tiger King smiled savagely. "Although your physical strength is comparable to mine, you're just a demon commander-level dragon. You think you can fight me? This king will first skin this little dragon and pull out its tendons, then kill all of you." The 100-grass ancestor frowned and didn't say a word. Lin Feng smiled. "Fellow Taoist, don't worry. Since I'm here, I'm confident I can kill this demon." As he spoke, he waved his hand and released a ball of white lightning. It turned into a net of lightning and flew toward the Gung Metal Tiger King. Desolate Prime 9 Refinement's lightning net. The 100-grass ancestor blurted out. He looked at Lin Feng in shock. "Who are you? Why do you have fellow Taoist Desolate Lightning's magic tool?" Lin Feng smiled, but didn't answer. He only pointed at the Gung Metal Tiger King. Seeing the Desolate Prime 9 Refinement's lightning net, the Gung Metal Tiger King roared again and again. The 100-grass ancestor gritted his teeth and gave up on the thought of escaping. After all, if he left, everything he had built up over 1,000 years would go up in smoke. He made a hand seal, and a huge heaven-opening fruit formed in the colorful clouds. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. It was as warm and genial as the sun in spring. Chapter 170. Black Dragon Jia. Yu was cursing Lin Feng's ancestors in his heart, but when he saw the Desolation 9 smelting thundernet, he became spirited. The Gung Metal Tiger King was furious. "You want to restrain me with a celestial device." That being said, if he was trapped by the Desolation 9 smelting thundernet, it would still be a great threat to him. Moreover, the 100 Herb's ancestor was watching from the side. Jieyu's strength had reached the late stage of Demon Commander. The armored Black Dragon's racial talent allowed him to compete with the Gung Metal Tiger King in terms of physical strength. However, his demonic power and divine sense were much weaker. If it was a one-on-one fight, the Gung Metal Tiger King was confident that he could kill Jieyu in 2 or 3 rounds. However, if he was trapped by the Desolation 9 smelting thundernet, he would have to use most of his strength to resist the white lightning. It would not be easy to fight with the armored Black Dragon. Then, the 100 Herb's ancestor and Lin Feng would attack from the side. The Gung Metal Tiger King knew that he could really die here. Therefore, In a short moment, the Gung Metal Tiger King decided to let go of the armored black dragon for the time being. His body suddenly turned into a white golden light, which was as thin as a millimeter. He shuttled through the Desolation Prime 9 Refinement's Thunderbolt net like a fish, avoiding the heavy lightning attack. His body suddenly flashed and directly drilled out of the net. The Gung Metal Tiger King revealed his original form and grinned. If the Wilderness Sword Sect's old man, Huang Lei, used this celestial device, I would not be able to escape so easily. It seems that your cultivation is only SOSO. As he said this, he was about to pounce on Lin Feng. Seeing this, Black Dragon Jia, you quietly shrank back and thought, when the Gung Metal Tiger King pounces on him, I will take the opportunity to escape. The 100 Herbs Ancestors' heaven-opening fruit was suspended in midair, ready to fire. He also looked towards Lin Feng, frowning and saying, quickly give me the desolate Origin 9 Refinement's Thundernet. It's a complete waste in your hands. At such a crucial moment, how can you not know the severity of the situation? Lin Feng calmly stood in the clouds with his hands behind his back. He looked at the Gung Metal Tiger King and smiled. You think you can escape? The Gung Metal Tiger King was slightly taken aback. The space in front of him suddenly twisted. A figure that looked exactly like Lin Feng, but was much taller, suddenly appeared in front of the Gung Metal Tiger King. The two were only inches apart. It was the Divine Battle Incarnation. At this moment, the flesh and blood emitted by the clone of the Divine God of Battle was as scorching as the sun. It was even fiercer than Jieyu's. The Gung Metal Tiger King was slightly startled. At the same time, it felt the lightning net closing in on it again. It didn't want to stay in the same place any longer. Its body turned into a golden light and shot upwards. However, the clone of the Divine God of Battle was even faster. Its bulky body was agile, as if it had turned into a dragon in the sky. It rose into the air and dived downward, aiming at the aged Metal Tiger King. The clone of the Divine God of Battle was on the top, while the Desolation Primordial 9 Refinement's godly, thunderous net was on the bottom, trapping the aged Metal Tiger King in the middle. Do you really think I am afraid of you? The Gung Metal Tiger King was enraged. He sneered and waved his right paw. It turned into a giant metal claw and attacked the Divine Battle Incarnation. The Divine Battle Incarnation let out a long roar and punched with his right fist. The Gung Metal Tiger King's eyes widened. The punch from the clone of the Divine God of Battle was filled with a vigorous fist intent that almost solidified. 8 phenomena: heaven, earth, wind, lightning, water, fire, mountain, and swamp appeared simultaneously from the fist intent. Heaven and earth combined. Wind and thunder were born, water and fire were mixed, and mountain and swamp were interdependent. This fist contained the concept of Xiao Budian's self-created technique, infinite wind and thunder, but it was much more profound than infinite wind and thunder. The images of the 8 trigrams combined, constantly fusing their powers, growing at a crazy speed with an almost endless momentum. At the same time, the 8 trigrams were being destroyed one after another, collapsing and disintegrating. It grew infinitely and then collapsed continuously. The violent power was like nuclear fission, increasing to an incomparably terrifying level. Lin Feng's newly created physical body ability, martial art, 8 trigram sky collapsing hammer, performed by the Divine Battle Incarnation with its terrifying physical strength. This punch was like the Tao. It went from simple and unadorned to light and fast, but the dominating aura was the same. It was like the 8 trigrams, a destructive force that could collapse the world. The Gung Metal Tiger King's giant metal claw was smashed into pieces by this punch, filling the sky with debris. The moment it was struck, the Gung Metal Tiger King felt as if something inside its right front claw had been detonated. Then the entire claw started a chain reaction, exploding, exploding, and exploding again. The power of the Divine Battle Incarnation's punch shattered the gunmetal Tiger King's front right claw from its bones and muscles to its capillaries. The flesh and blood of the entire right claw directly burst open. The gunmetal Tiger King let out an earth-shattering howl. But before he could react, the Desolation Prime 9 Refinement's Thundernet had already covered his head. Countless white lightning bolts exploded on the gunmetal Tiger King's body. Its severely injured right claw was blasted into a bloody mess. Black Dragon Jiayu and the 100 Herbs ancestors stared at the scene with their mouths agape. They could not believe their eyes. That was a beast king. The gunmetal tiger tribe was considered one of the beast tribe with strong physical strength, but its claw was shattered by a divine battle incarnation at the peak of the golden elixir period. Jiayu swallowed her saliva subconsciously. Other than his own strength, the key is that martial art. It's just too terrifying. Thinking back to the time when they were on the Jade Capital Mountain, if the Divine Battle Incarnation had also attacked with the 8 trigrams sky collapsing hammer, Jiayu did not dare to think further. I'll be smashed into minced meat. Jiayu shivered, suddenly noticing that Lin Feng was staring at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Kill. Jiayu immediately let out a roar and charged at the gunmetal Tiger King. He attacked with all his might, afraid that Lin Feng would not be able to see his bravery. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction as he watched Jiayu and the God of War clone beat up the gunmetal Tiger King that was trapped by the Desolation Prime 9 Refinement's Thundernet. He then turned around and looked at the 100 Herbs ancestor. I didn't hear you clearly. What did you say just now? The 100 Herbs ancestor's mouth twitched. He did not say anything. He turned to the gunmetal Tiger King and waved his hand. The heaven-opening fruit on his head was also smashed toward the gunmetal Tiger King. The gunmetal Tiger King, who was already dizzy from the beating and was being attacked by the Tian Huang 9 foam lightning net, no longer had the energy to care about the heaven-opening fruit. In the end, he was smashed solidly, and the heaven-opening fruit exploded, causing him to be covered in cuts and bruises. The gunmetal Tiger King was enraged. He let out a roar, and a dazzling white light suddenly appeared from the top of his head. Within the white light was the figure of a tiger cub. It was small and dainty, but it was filled with a terrifying pressure. This tiger cub was the gunmetal Tiger King's demon infant. It was the foundation for the gunmetal Tiger King to form an indestructible demon soul in the future. It was the essence of the gunmetal Tiger King's demon chi. It was extremely powerful, but the more it was used, the less it would be. Now that the demon infant had left its body, it was going all out. White Tiger Starfall. The demon nascent tiger cub let out a shrill roar and suddenly exploded, turning into countless rays of white light and rushing out of the Desolation Origin 9 Refinement's Divine Thunder net. After flying into the air like a meteor shower, it rained down on Lin Feng and the 100 Herbs ancestor. The 100 Herbs ancestor's expression changed slightly. He wanted to dodge, but he suddenly realized that Lin Feng was standing behind him. Fellow cultivator, let me borrow your body. Lin Feng faintly smiled, abruptly extending both hands forward. Boundary of the heavens, capture of the heavens, suppress. The space around the 100 Herbs ancestor suddenly trembled. Layers of wrinkles appeared, making the space blurry. The space turned into 2 invisible hands that grabbed the 100 Herbs ancestor's body tightly, making it impossible for him to dodge. The 100 Herbs ancestor was shocked and yelled angrily, "Get out of my way!" He was already on the verge of death after fighting the gunmetal Tiger King. However, as a Yuanian cultivator, he still managed to break through the seal of space created by Lin Feng's boundary of the heavens. Unfortunately, Lin Feng only wanted to hold him back for a short moment. It was enough. The gunmetal tiger king's white tiger starfall was extremely fast. It landed in front of the Hundred Herbs ancestor the moment Lin Feng held him back. The Hundred Herbs ancestor let out an angry roar. His body shone with green light as he tried his best to block the meteor shower formed by the white light. However, his magic power was not as strong as the gunmetal tiger king. Now that the gunmetal tiger king's demon infant had left its body, he was even more unable to block it. In the blink of an eye, the green light was riddled with holes like a sieve. Meanwhile, the Hundred Herbs ancestor's body trembled uncontrollably, like a sieve. Countless arrows of blood spurted out of his body. Although the Hundred Herbs ancestor used all his magic power to heal his wounds, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Very soon, his body was covered in wounds that looked like a beehive. In the end, his body shattered into pieces. The Hundred Herbs ancestor's body exploded, turning into a rain of blood. A streak of green light flew out of the rain of blood. A child about 8 or 9 years old jumped out of the light. The child's appearance was 70 to 80% similar to the Hundred Herbs ancestor. This was probably what the Hundred Herbs ancestor looked like when he was a child. However, the child's expression was one of pain. He stared at Lin Feng with eyes filled with rage. This child was the Hundred Herbs ancestor's Yuanying child, but at this time, he didn't have time to bother with Lin Feng. The gunmetal tiger king's white tiger starfall spell hasn't ended yet. The violent white meteor shower is still going on, making the Hundred Grass ancestor miserable. Lin Feng looked at the Hundred Herbs ancestor calmly. When he saw that the Hundred Herbs ancestor wanted to break through space and escape, he immediately raised his right hand and slashed through the air. The power of the heavenly barrier was activated, blocking off the Hundred Grass ancestor's path. Although the Hundred Grass ancestor was still able to dispel it in an instant, he was forced to face the gunmetal tiger king's storm-like attacks again. This time, the Hundred Herbs ancestor's Yuanying was also heavily injured. He was on the verge of death. The Hundred Herbs ancestor stared at Lin Feng and hissed, "Why? Just who are you?" Lin Feng looked at him and snickered. "I naturally have a reason to kill you. However, I don't plan on telling you. You can go in peace." The Hundred Herbs ancestor roared angrily, "If I die, don't think you'll have it easy either." As he spoke, the childlike Yuanying child suddenly shrank. With a flash of green light, he actually turned into a seed that looked like a grass seed. In the next moment, the seed suddenly expanded and was about to explode. An incredibly terrifying energy fluctuation came from it, even more astonishing than the gunmetal tiger king's white tiger starfall. Yuanying self-destructed. Chapter 171. The Hundred Herbs ancestors, Yuanying suddenly turned into a green seed. The seed swelled up and cracks appeared on its surface. Rays of blinding green light shot out from within, emitting a terrifying wave of power. This is the strongest energy wave that Lin Feng has seen with his own eyes ever since he started cultivating Dao techniques. A Yuanying old monster had self-detonated the powerful power of Yuanying. However, Lin Feng did not panic. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. With a point of his finger, the Twin Realms Void technique was activated. "Stupid bird, when I meet a Yuanying cultivator, I'm least afraid of you self-detonating your Yuanying." This was the truth. Although Lin Feng was only at the early golden elixir stage, he was the same as the Yuanying old monster. He had already comprehended a large amount of the mysteries of space, so he could crush most opponents in the golden elixir period. Against a Yuanying old monster, Lin Feng's advantage was greatly reduced. Instead, he was at a disadvantage in terms of magical power and divine arts. Therefore, what he was most afraid of was a yuanying old monster using his magical power to suppress him head-on. However, once a yuanying cultivator self-detonated his yuanying, the destructive power would reach its peak, but all the laws of space would collapse, and he would no longer be able to control space. At this time, the power of Lin Feng's Twin Realms Void technique was once again displayed. Even a yuanying cultivator could only travel through space and hide as far as possible when facing an opponent of the same level as him who self-detonated his yuanying. However, Lin Feng could replace the 100 Herbs ancestor's position in space and send him far away. This time, the position Lin Feng chose was the area where the Gung Metal Tiger King's demon infant was. Seeing that there seemed to be an internal conflict between the 100 Herbs ancestor and Lin Feng, the Gung Metal Tiger King's attacks gradually weakened, wanting to observe the situation. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng pointed his finger, and yuanying, who was about to self-destruct, appeared in front of him. Ever since Lin Feng appeared, he had only used the Void of Two Realms technique once, and that was when his God of War clone closed the distance and attacked the Gung Metal Tiger King with the 8 trigram sky collapsing hammer. Because it looked no different from a normal spatial traversal, the Gung Metal Tiger King and the 100 Grass ancestor were numbed to a certain extent. Now that the Gung Metal Tiger King had revealed its true prowess, it was already too late for the Gung Metal Tiger King to react. The two old monsters, yuanying, was almost touching each other's faces. No, the Gung Metal Tiger King let out an angry roar, but it could not stop the destructive green light from exploding right beside him. Scoundrel! The 100 Herbs ancestor let out an indignant roar. He could only watch as Lin Feng smiled and waved at him from afar, as if bidding him farewell. This scene infuriated the 100 Herbs patriarch even more. However, the yuanying of self-destruction could not be reversed. No matter how much he hated Lin Feng, there was nothing he could do. Who is this person? The 100 Herbs patriarch died with his eyes wide open. This was the last thought in his mind. The Gung Metal Tiger King was also infuriated. The demonic nascent soul in the form of a tiger cub was indeed powerful, but the body of the nascent soul was extremely fragile and could be easily damaged. This was also why the old monsters of the yuanying stage did not dare to release their yuanying. Facing a cultivator of the same level who self-destructed yuanying, the Gung Metal Tiger King's demonic nascent soul was instantly injured. With such serious injuries, even if no one attacked it, it was very likely that it would die. The Gung Metal Tiger King's mind was spinning. Before he could even catch his breath, he found himself surrounded by Lin Feng, his God of War clone, and Black Dragon Jieyu. Lin Feng did not even give him a chance to self-destruct his demonic nascent soul. He immediately killed the Gung Metal Tiger King, who was already on the verge of death. Host has killed a demonic king. In the human world south of the great Hengduan mountain range, Host's reputation has reached 70. Lin Feng's ears suddenly rang with the system notification. He could not help but be surprised and quickly opened the system to check. He found that there was a huge map in the system that covered the entire human world of the Divine Land. The map was divided into regions. In the Great Qin Dynasty South region, Lin Feng's current reputation was 40. Lin Feng thought back carefully and knew that it was because he used the war god puppet to kill Tao Er, Elder Yuelao, and the others in front of the Xiandao sect's old ancestor Pu Beizi, and the others, causing him to have some reputation in this area. However, the system did not notify him when his reputation was less than 60. In the Great Hengduan Mountain Range South region, Lin Feng's current reputation was 0. His potential reputation had reached 70, and he successfully activated the system notification. He needed someone to spread the news of him killing the Gung Metal Tiger King. Only then would his potential reputation be converted into actual current reputation. Apart from that, in the other regions, Lin Feng's reputation was basically zero. The most direct use of reputation was that when Lin Feng opened the mountain gate to accept disciples, it would attract a large number of talents. His current reputation was 60. When Lin Feng proposed to accept disciples, the people in the region would not need to think and would immediately agree. His current reputation was 70. Within the region, ordinary talents with a total potential of 20 and above would take the initiative to accept him as a disciple. His current reputation was 80. Within the region, outstanding talents with a total potential of 24 and above would take the initiative to accept him as a disciple. His current reputation was 90. Within the region, outstanding talents with a total potential of 28 and above would take the initiative to accept him as a disciple. His current reputation was 100. Within the region, outstanding talents with a total potential of 30 and above would take the initiative to accept him as a disciple. Reputation 80. Lin Feng drooled. As long as his current reputation reached 80, he would not need to look for disciples with a total potential of 25, and above would automatically come to him. There was hope for him to complete the system's main mission, but on second thought, he killed the Gunmetal Tiger King, the Grand Demon King, but he only gained 70 reputation. It could be seen that it was not easy to gain reputation. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly felt a little discouraged. Especially, the region where his current reputation was the highest was not his own lair, the north of Kunlun Mountain. There, Lin Feng's current reputation was only 20. It must have been spread by Yang Qingli, Chen Shi, and others. Speaking of which, I don't know how Yang Qing is doing. Lin Feng shook his head and thought, there is still enough time. I can make a long-term plan. If it doesn't work, I will come to the great Hengduan Mountain to dig the foundation of the Wilderness Sword sect. After dealing with the problems of the system, Lin Feng smiled. He turned his palm, and a white light ball floated above his palm. Inside the light ball, a platinum tiger cub was lying silently, but it did not have the slightest hostility and fierceness. Its eyes were dull and lifeless, like a shell without a soul. This was the essence of the demon infant of the Gunmetal Tiger King. After its demon infant collapsed, the crystallization of demonic power was formed. Its divine sense, memory, and intelligence were all gone, leaving only the purest form of energy. At the critical moment before the Gunmetal Tiger King died, Lin Feng cast a spell to preserve the essence of the demon infant. It could be said to be one of his biggest gains in this battle. In addition, the god of war doppelganger came to his side with the Desolation Element 9 smelting thunder net. Inside the net was the body of the Gunmetal Tiger King. Its demon infant was released, but it was seriously injured by the self-explosion of the 100 Herb's ancestor. Unable to return to its body, it was destroyed by Lin Feng. As a result, the empty shell of its body was also owned by Lin Feng. Although it was injured by the continuous attacks, it was still of great value. Black Dragon Jia Yu was next to him, looking at it eagerly. If he could devour the essence of the Gunmetal Tiger King's demon infant and the remains of its body, he could easily become a demon king. Lin Feng noticed Jia Yu's line of sight, turning his head and looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. I remember someone said something before. What did they say? Jia Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Lin Feng then slowly said, "Oh, I remember. I think he said that if he doesn't die in this battle, he will definitely seek justice from me. I'm curious, what kind of justice does he want to seek from me?" Jia Yu shuddered all over. With a righteous air, he said in all seriousness, "That bastard must be out of his mind. He's spouting nonsense. Immortal, every word you say is justice." As soon as these words came out, Lin Feng was instead stunned, looking at Jia Yu a bit speechlessly. Big brother, you're a member of the dragon race. Where's your dignity? Where's your pride? Where's your backbone? When we first met on Yujing Mountain, he was also an awe-inspiring man. After a long time, it turned out that he was just a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. However, a coward also has its uses. Lin Feng's eyes turned slightly. He smiled warmly like the sun and asked, "Then if I have anything for you to do in the future," Jia Yu patted his chest loudly, "no more words. I'll come from the water, go into the fire, go into the sky, go into the earth. Just a look from you." Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Jia Yu saw that Lin Feng didn't seem to pursue his previous offense. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then said carefully, "Immortal, do you think this tiger demon's body and essence of the demon infant can be rewarded?" Lin Feng turned around expressionlessly and looked at him silently. Jia Yu hurriedly swallowed the second half of his words. His huge dragon head drooped down anxiously. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. "That depends on your performance. If you perform well, I won't mistreat you." Jia Yu was overjoyed when he heard this. His big tail wagged behind him, and he looked extremely servile. After the death of the 100 Herbs ancestor, the colorful clouds also gradually dissipated. When the clouds dispersed, Lin Feng's figure on Jia Yu's back was revealed. The battle lasted for an entire night. Finally, the morning arrived. The sun rose and shone on Lin Feng's back, dyeing him golden. Everyone on Eternal Spring Peak raised their heads and squinted their eyes due to the piercing sunlight. But everyone could clearly see that beside Lin Feng, the war god clone was carrying a large net in his hands. Within the net was the corpse of the gunmetal Tiger King that tore apart Eternal Spring Peak with its monstrous might. Before this, the gunmetal Tiger King had beaten up the 100 Herbs ancestor. The gunmetal tiger demons also had an overwhelming advantage in the battle against the human cultivators and hunted down the people of the 100 Herbs sect. However, at this moment, everyone stopped fighting and stared blankly at Lin Feng in the sky. Their minds were blank. After a long while, the gunmetal tiger demons all let out sorrowful howls. Meanwhile, the human cultivators stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They were speechless. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into a tsunami of cheers. The entire Eternal Spring Peak was filled with deafening cheers. Chapter 172. Even though the crowd was furious, but all of the gunmetal tiger demons still uniformly chose to retreat. The gunmetal tiger king is already dead. If they don't leave, then they'll be asking for trouble. Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to the tiger demons that fled in all directions, instead comforting the surviving disciples of the 100 Herb sect. In order to turn his potential reputation into actual reputation, he still needs to rely on these people to help spread the word. In Lin Feng's narration, he became a close friend of the 100 Herb ancestor. Hearing that the 100 Herb sect was about to encounter this calamity, he hurried over to help. Even though the gunmetal tiger king was killed, but the 100 Herb ancestor also died a glorious death. Friends of 1,000 years, who would have thought that this would be the last time we meet? Lin Feng slightly shook his head, sighing. The disciples of the 100 Herb sect, thinking that the sect has lost the Yuanying ancestor and that their future is bleak, all of them were filled with sorrow. Lin Feng gave them a few words of encouragement, then left. Sweeping his eyes around, Master Scarlet Leaf's group of women were already nowhere to be seen. They must have taken advantage of the chaos to drive the chariot and break out of the encirclement. Thinking that the woman in the lead once said that she was interested in the bronze void cauldron, Lin Feng slightly frowned, but he didn't take it to heart. Lin Feng arrived at the base of Eternal Spring Peak. Kang Nanhua and Yu Hongyan were waiting for him there. "Fellow Taoist, how have you been?" Lin Feng faintly smiled. Kang Nanhua sighed. her expression lonely, and didn't say anything. Lin Feng was a bit puzzled, looking at Yu Hongyan on the side. The eyes of the girl, who has always been strong, were slightly red. The Society of the Strong Gale is finished. Lin Feng was stunned. Looking at Yu Hongyan, he couldn't help but be frightened. What kind of eyes are those, cold and gloomy, like a calamity cloud descending from the sky? But in the center there seems to be a monstrous fire burning. Extremely deep hatred and anger was condensed into this pair of crimson-red eyes, as if the overcast sky was burning. Lin Feng looked at Kang Nanhua again, and when he came into contact with her guilty and disappointed gaze, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Kang Nanhua pulled herself together and shook her head. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "Let's not talk about that anymore. Fellow Taoist Lin, what are your plans for these children?" With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng stowed away all the living soil at the bottom of the urn. He said, "I've come for the living soil in the first place. When I saw the 100 Herbs ancestor refine pills in such an inhumane manner, I decided to eliminate him along the way. If these children remember the way home, we should send them to reunite with their parents and family." Kang Nanhua nodded. "That was my plan as well, but it seems like it won't work." "Oh, why?" Lin Feng asked curiously. On the side, Yu Hongyan explained, "Senior, these children were all gathered by the 100 Herbs ancestor from all over the world. They're all still too young, and their minds haven't developed yet, plus they were put in the urn to be refined. Most of their minds are muddled, they can't even tell where their home is or if they have any relatives at home." Lin Feng sighed to himself. The 100 Herbs ancestor really has committed a sin. Even though he doesn't know what problems have occurred with the Society of the Strong Gale, but it seems that Kang Nanhua and Yu Hongyan also have no fixed abode at the moment and travel alone. To take care of so many children at once is probably a problem. Lin Feng thought for a bit and said, "Never mind, my sect is still lacking some medicine boys. Medicine boys, I'll just take them back to the mountain. After they've regained their senses and know where their home is, I'll send them home if they want to go home." Speaking to hear, Lin Feng was secretly regretful in his heart. These children were able to pass the pill refinement process with such a high elimination rate. At least their minds and willpower are very strong. It's just a pity that their foundations are a bit low. What's condensed in their bodies is only a hollow cauldron hollow core. Even if large amounts of cultivation resources are provided, at most they'll be able to turn the hollow core into their own and form a yellow quality golden elixir. If their aptitude was heaven-defying, the 100 Herbs ancestor wouldn't bear to use them to refine pills. He'd definitely take them in as disciples and raise them as future pillars of the sect. However, if they can all really form their core in the future, a bunch of golden elixir level children, TSK, that's also very cool. Lin Feng pondered in his heart, but if I really wait until I succeed, they'll need to cultivate Tao techniques from the beginning. Who knows how long that'll take? Turning his head to look at Kang Nanhua, Lin Feng asked, "What do you plan to do from now on?" "I'll first find a suitable place to go into seclusion. I feel that my Tao techniques have reached a bottleneck. If I can break through, I'll be able to form my nascent soul and advance to the Yuanying stage," Kang Nanhua said, and paused for a moment. His eyes became a bit brighter. "I must advance to the Yuanying stage. I must." Lin Feng looked at him again and said with a smile, "If I'm not wrong, your bottleneck should be the imbalance of water and soil." Kang Nanhua's Eternal Ganges quicksand spell was a Tao technique that combined water and earth elements. Just now, when he fought against the Gunmetal Tiger King, his earth element spell had reached great heights in the Golden Elixir period, and he could fight against the Gunmetal Tiger King in the Yuanying stage. However, his water element cultivation didn't seem to have made much progress compared to when he was in the great swamp of the ancient domain. Hearing this, Kang Nanhua's eyes flickered. He nodded and sighed. Fellow Taoist's eyes are like a torch, and your words hit the nail on the head. My eternal Ganges quicksand spell can be cultivated into two great divine abilities. One is the sand of the Ganges River, and the other is the primordial true water, one of the 6 great true waters. This seclusion is to try to cultivate the primordial true water. If I succeed, I'll be able to fuse the two into one, and I'll be able to endure the lightning tribulation and form the Yuanying stage. Lin Feng said, if that's the case, why don't you come to my Yujing Mountain? I believe it will be of great help to you in breaking through the bottleneck. Kang Nanhua was a bit hesitant and looked at Yu Hongyan, who was beside him. Yu Hongyan smiled. Mr. Kang, you don't need to worry about me. I can take care of myself. Lin Feng said lightly, if you're willing, you can come with me. Back then in the great swamp of the ancient domain, Yu Hongyan was only 15 or 16 years old, and she was already at the early stages of foundation establishment. Her talent was really eye-catching. Lin Feng had once used the talent detector to test her, but the result he got was that Yu Hongyan already had a master. Now that he used the talent detector to check again, it showed Yu Hongyan's data. Talent system has finished organizing. The target's data is as follows. Bone aptitude, 8. Comprehension, 8 will 7. Fortune, 7. Conclusion. The target's talent is extremely high. It's recommended to take her in as a disciple and carefully guide her. She will definitely become a pillar of the sect. Lin Feng's pupils contracted. Talent with a total potential of 30. Even though it's not as good as Xiao Yan and the others, it's still monstrous. Even though Yu Hongyan is a remnant of Snowgale country, ever since Lin Feng took Zhu Yi as his disciple, he would sooner or later have to go against the Great Zhou Empire and the Marquis of Xuanji. Lin Feng doesn't mind taking in another person who stands against the Great Zhou Empire as a disciple. It's just that he doesn't know why she broke away from her previous master or sect. Ripples appeared in Yu Hongyan's red eyes. Since Lin Feng invited Kang Nanhua to go to his cave to form her nascent soul, it can be imagined that that place is an extremely suitable place for cultivation. She desires to increase her strength so that she can help take revenge for her companions. Yu Hongyan was a bit embarrassed. Can I also go? Lin Feng laughed. No problem. I haven't had a guest in a long time. Hearing this, Yu Hongyan nodded his head forcefully. Kang Nanhua raised her head to look at Lin Feng and said seriously, previously in the great marsh of ancient region, I am indebted to fellow Taoist for saving me. Now that fellow Taoist has extended a helping hand to me, I am indebted to fellow Taoist too much. I can only follow you for life and listen to your orders. However, if I have an order, I won't regret it even if I die 100 times. Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Congratulations, host, for triggering the side quest of the sect protector. Do you want to take in the loose cultivator Kang Nanhua as the sect protector? Lin Feng was instantly stunned. That works. After thinking carefully, Lin Feng said, that day in the great marsh of ancient region, I already said not to mention things like following or being ordered. I didn't attack to take advantage of you. Today, I invited fellow Taoist to my cave to form his nascent soul, and I definitely don't have any intentions of demanding repayment. Kang Nanhua shook his head and said seriously, I definitely don't have such intentions. Then, he didn't say anything else and just bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Lin Feng sighed softly and helped him up. He said with a smile, my words are still the same. Don't mention things like following or being ordered. If fellow Taoist doesn't mind, then you can take up the position of a protector in my sect. I have some good-for-nothing disciples. When the time comes, fellow Taoist, can also help me discipline them. Kong Nanhua smiled and changed the way he addressed him. A great teacher produces a great disciple. I feel a lot of pressure teaching your disciple. Loose cultivator Kong Nanhua has officially become the host sect protector. Host has completed the side quest of the sect protector. Host will be rewarded with 1 lottery ticket. Lin Feng immediately smiled. This was buy one get one free. His trip was not in vain. He found the breathing soil that he needed, swept away the precious medicinal seedlings that the 100 Herb sect had collected, and even killed the Gung Metal Tiger King to obtain its corpse and the essence of its nascent soul. He also abducted some children who had a good foundation. Then he got a cultivator who was about to form his nascent soul as a protector, and conveniently got a lottery ticket. Returning with a full load, Lin Feng couldn't help but want to look up at the sky and laugh 3 times. That's right, as long as I successfully refine it, I'll get 3 more good magic treasures. I've made a killing this time. With a wave of the black cloud flag, Yu Hongyan and the group of children were swept away. Then Lin Feng and Kong Nanhua rode the wind and flew back to the Kunlun mountain range. Under Lin Feng's guidance, everyone set foot on Mount Yujing. Looking at the fairyland like Mount Yujing, Yu Hongyan and the group of children couldn't help but be mesmerized. Kong Nanhua's face also revealed a shocked expression. Sect leader, this heavenly paradise is really something I have never seen in my life. Thinking about it, even the Taishu Temple and Mount Shu Sword Sect's mountain gates are only this good, right? He breathed in and out a few times. The abundant spiritual energy of Mount Yujing made him feel relaxed and happy. If I cultivate here, I have a 99% chance of surviving the lightning tribulation and successfully forming Yuanying. Yu Hongyan looked at the mysterious sky treasure tree above his head and said emotionally, if I really want to cultivate here for the rest of my life, my realm will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng was proud of himself and secretly told himself to be reserved. On the surface, he said indifferently, it's good that you're satisfied. Come, let me introduce you to a few good-for-nothing disciples. As he said this, Lin Feng had a thought and contacted Xiao Yan and the others, who knew that with this move, Lin Feng's heart would beat wildly. These stinking brats. I'm not here. What are they doing now? Chapter 173. Come, let me introduce you to a few of my good-for-nothing's disciples. Even though Lin Feng spoke modestly, he was secretly very pleased, saying that they were useless, but any one of his 4 disciples could definitely shock Kong Nanhua and Yu Hongyan to the point of being unable to close their mouths. Wang Lin might not be able to do it. This young man had not reached the stage where he could exert his strength yet. However, his comprehension of dermic powers could definitely surprise a few guests. He originally wanted to bring his disciples out to show off, but unexpectedly, he could only sense Zhu Yi and Wang Lin. Xiao Yan and Tiny Tot did not move at all, as if they had disappeared. Xiao Yi, what happened? Where are Xiao Yan and Tiny Tot? Lin Feng frowned and transmitted his voice to Zhu Yi. A moment later, Zhu Yi's anxious voice was heard. Master, it's good that you're back. Little junior brother went to provoke the old man who was playing chess under the treasure tree and was sucked into the chessboard. Eldest senior brother wanted to save him, but he was also sucked in. Third junior brother, and I did not know the gist of it, so we really did not dare to act rashly. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He almost did not have time to greet Kong Nanhua and the others. He wanted to quickly go and see what happened to Xiao Yan and Tiny Tot. Calm down, calm down. Lin Feng took a deep breath, stabilizing his mind and sending a sound transmission to Zhu Yi. I'll be there right away. You guys don't need to panic. You don't need to do anything. Just stay where you are and wait for me to come. I'm sorry. Lin Feng turned to look at Kang Nanhua and Yu Hongyan and said with a smile, "Children are immature and love to cause trouble. There was an accident. I'll go and deal with it." Kang Nanhua and Yu Hongyan looked at each other and nodded, indicating that they would stay outside and that they would take care of the kids for the time being. Lin Feng nodded with a smile and slowly flew into the sky, entering the mysterious heaven time-light paradise above the profound heaven treasure tree. As soon as he disappeared from the sight of Kang Nanhua and the others, Lin Feng immediately changed his appearance. He anxiously ran all the way to the center of the heavenly abode, where the small treasure tree was located. The girl with the sword on her back was still walking around the treasured tree. Tian Chihua's cries could be heard. Unable to find Xiao Yan, it was rolling around on the ground, crying. Zhu Yi and Wang Lin were so anxious that they didn't have time to care about him. They were standing next to the old chess player. When they saw Lin Feng, they hurriedly saluted together. Disciple pays respect to master. Lin Feng waved his hand slightly and walked over to the old chess player. The old man still looked sloppy. His hair was messy like a chicken coop, and his clothes were tattered. He was playing chess by himself. Lin Feng met his eyes, but the old man's eyes were unfocused. He still looked like he couldn't see Lin Feng, as if Lin Feng didn't exist. What did Tian Hao do to be sucked into the chessboard? Lin Feng turned his head and asked. Wang Lin answered. Little junior brother took a chess piece from the chessboard. Then he suddenly shrank and flew towards the chessboard. Eldest senior brother wanted to pull him back, but the moment he touched little junior brother's hand, his body shrank as well. He was dragged towards the chessboard with little junior brother. When they landed on the chessboard, they completely disappeared. Zhu Yi added, I crushed the voice transmission crystal and tried to contact them, but there was no response. Lin Feng looked at the old chess player and thought for a moment before nodding. It's fine. Wait here. I'll bring them out. With that said, Lin Feng bent down and picked up a chess piece from the chessboard. The moment the chess piece left the chessboard, a strange force suddenly appeared. Lin Feng felt a vortex appear in front of him, constantly spinning as it tried to suck him in. Lin Feng didn't resist, allowing the force to suck him in. As expected, there is an independent space within the chessboard. The distorted scenery before him returned to normal. When Lin Feng landed on solid ground, what appeared before him was a world made up of black and white, with a clear distinction between them. Beneath his feet was a vast expanse of whiteness, like an endless snowfield and glacier. The sky above him was completely black, but it didn't affect his vision. The distant horizon was the boundary between black and white. Lin Feng strode forward, pondering as he walked. Where did those two brats go? As he walked, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that the originally black and white world was gradually turning turbid, turning a chaotic gray. At the same time, a strange force was constantly eroding Lin Feng's mind, causing him to feel drowsy. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. His dermic powers automatically circulated to resist the invasion of this strange force. However, the effect was not obvious. His mind became increasingly hazy, and his drowsiness intensified. The celestial world barrier. Lin Feng frowned. He raised his hand and chopped at the air. The power of the celestial world barrier immediately took effect, isolating this strange force. However, Lin Feng could clearly sense that after the celestial world barrier disappeared, the other party surged forward again. Understanding has already risen in Lin Feng's heart. Only nascent soul stage cultivators who have comprehended the mysteries of space can enter here and continuously cut off space. Only then can they guarantee that they won't be hypnotized and fall into a deep sleep. If Lin Feng hadn't practiced the 8 trigrams Great Way scripture and comprehended part of the secrets of space in advance, he would also fall into a deep sleep here. I'm afraid this is still the power of the unconscious space. If it was really hostile and exerted its full power, I'm afraid that even a Yuanian cultivator wouldn't be able to resist it. Lin Feng used the celestial world barrier to open a path. After a while, 2 figures appeared on the ground in front of him. They were Xiao Yan and Tiny Tot. Xiao Yan's facial features had matured a little. His originally somewhat delicate face had now completely lost its childishness, leaving behind only an imposing appearance. Tiny Tot, on the other hand, had changed a lot. Lin Feng was stunned at first glance. When Lin Feng left, he was only a 5 or 6-year-old brat. But this time, he was already a big kid, about 10 years old. Just like when he was young, the little guy really grew a good appearance. He was still pink and cute, and looked like a cute little boy. However, the 2 of them were sleeping soundly, which somewhat affected their image. Lin Feng used his magic power to explore, and found that the 2 of them were not injured. They were just in a deep sleep. They didn't waste any time. As soon as he used his magic power to explore, Lin Feng immediately found that Tiny Tot had already erected a spirit platform and advanced to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Xiao Yan was even more terrifying. He had even condensed a pill cauldron and was now at the late stage of foundation establishment. Lin Feng felt strange in his heart. The little guy entered the sect the earliest, and his bone structure is also the highest. Even though he's young and playful, his cultivation level has actually always been number 1 in his sect. Why did he fall behind Xiao Yan this time? Moreover, what made Lin Feng feel a little disappointed was that the spirit platform erected by Tiny Tot this time was actually only a first-grade spirit platform. It was reasonable to say that even in a genius concentration camp like Taishu Temple, a disciple erecting a first-grade spirit platform would be a matter of universal celebration. If it was any other sect, they would simply announce to the world that they had come to witness the ceremony. But this was Tiny Tot, who was born at foundation establishment, a supreme being descended from the heavens. He was born with a sea of qi and built a supreme spirit platform above the sea of qi. His bone structure had reached a full value of 10 points. When he first took him in as a disciple, even though he was plotted against and lost his original supreme spirit platform, in terms of innate potential, his bone frame was still a full 10 points. At that time, Lin Feng guessed that when the little guy rebuilds his spirit platform, it should still be a supreme spirit platform. Who would have thought that it was only a first-grade spirit platform? That brother of his really deserves to be killed. Lin Feng frowned, but in the end, he still felt unreconciled for Tiny Tot. He used his magic power to carefully explore again. After a careful inspection, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly widened. This little bastard, under the penetration of his magic power, Lin Feng could clearly see Tiny Tot's sea of qi. At this time, he could clearly see that in Tiny Tot's sea of qi there was a neat row of spirit platforms like soldiers waiting for inspection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. F*CK. 5 spirit platforms. 5 spirit platforms, all first grade. This time, Lin Feng was really dumbfounded. As far as he knew, in the thousands of years of cultivation history of the heaven primal world, although the number was extremely few, there had been more than 1 supreme spirit platform. However, no matter how heaven-defying one's talent was, one could only erect 1 spirit platform. To erect 5 spirit platforms like Tiny Tot was absolutely unheard of. In particular, as Lin Feng continued to carefully observe, the corner of his eyes twitched as he discovered that there was actually a faint 6th spirit platform in Tiny Tot's sea of qi. It was about to rise from the ground and was already in its embryonic form. As long as Tiny Tot diligently condensed it, the sixth spirit platform was just around the corner. Moreover, according to Tiny Tot's usual behavior, Lin Feng had sufficient reason to believe that this sixth spirit platform was definitely a first-grade spirit platform. Perfect root bone, perfect root bone. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder Xiao Yin is already in the late stage of foundation establishment, but you're still in the middle stage of foundation establishment. But how many spirit platforms do you have in mind? As if feeling the probing of Lin Feng's magic power, Tiny Tot in the sweet dream mumbled and turned over. Lin Feng's consciousness retreated from Tiny Tot's sea of qi. When he raised his head, he suddenly saw a ball of light and shadow above Tiny Tot's head. What is this? Lin Feng curiously let his divine sense enter the light and shadow, only to see that in the light and shadow, scenes kept flashing. Within one scene, the little guy was continuously giggling. Behind him, a flustered and exasperated, enormous vicious beast was continuously chasing after him. The little guy laughed as he quickly hid behind a lump of black shadow and said with a smile, "Eldest senior brother, beat him up." The black shadow roared angrily and directly rushed forward, trampling the ferocious beast to the ground with 1 foot. However, what made Lin Feng's face full of black lines was that this black shadow was actually a ferocious gorilla. What the F***CK? Is this the image of Xiao Yin in your mind? At this moment, Lin Feng already understood that the scene in the light and shadow represented the most primitive subconscious in Tiny Tot's heart. It was his view of everyone around him. In another scene, Tiny Tot had a sleepy expression on his face, but he had no choice but to sit there and listen to a big white goose that kept calling. That big white goose was wearing a green robe and an ancient crown on its head. It kept calling out, "Oh, oh," making people feel extremely irritated. In the scene, Tiny Tot complained in a low voice, "Second senior brother is so annoying." Lin Feng covered his face and could not bear to watch anymore. This was the image of Zhu Yi in Tiny Tot's subconscious. In the third scene, however, it was silent. Tiny Tot hid behind a tree and carefully looked at a big black dog that did not make a sound and only stared at him silently. Tiny Tot was obviously a little afraid of this big black dog. He curled his lips and said, "I can clearly beat third senior brother, but why do I feel a chill every time I see him?" Lin Feng looked at this scene, speechlessly. "Actually, you want to say that a dog that bites doesn't bark, right? Ah, you want to say that, right? Stinking brat." Wait, in this stinking brat's heart, what kind of image do I have? Lin Feng suddenly thought of an important question. At this moment, Tiny Tot, who was sleeping soundly in reality, turned over again and muttered, "Master." Lin Feng's ears immediately perked up. He stared unblinkingly at the ball of light and shadow above Tiny Tot's head. Sure enough, the scene changed again. Chapter 174. "Stinking brat, if you dare to ruin my tall and mighty image, I'll beat your butt into 8 pieces." Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on the light illusion above Xiao Budian's head. In that illusion, a new image appeared. In the image, there was only Xiao Budian sitting under a mountain. Silently, he leaned against the mountain and slept soundly. Lin Feng looked up and down, left and right, but did not find a second living creature other than Xiao Budian. Xiao Budian was sleeping very peacefully. All his worries were far away from him. It was as if as long as he relied on the mountain behind him, no danger or difficulty could disturb him. That mountain supported the 9 heavens for him. That mountain suppressed the earth for him. That mountain sheltered him from the wind and rain. That mountain ensured his safety for a lifetime. And that mountain? A layer of understanding rose in Lin Feng's heart. Silently looking at Xiao Budian, who was sleeping soundly, he felt his entire mood calm down. Stinking brat. After composing himself, Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. His gaze shifted from the light illusion above Xiao Budian's head to Xiao Yan's body. There was also a light illusion above Xiao Yan's head, in which images kept flashing. Lin Feng was also very interested in the image of everyone in Xiao Yan's mind. However, he still used his magic power to explore Xiao Yan's beer platform pill cauldron first. Xiao Budian has 5 first-grade beer platforms in his qi, and there might even be more. Lin Feng pondered. What about Xiao Yan? Not everyone had a heaven-defying bone structure like Xiao Budian's. Xiao Yan only had a first-grade beer platform with a first-grade pill cauldron on top. Lin Feng sighed with a bit of pity. His 8 trigrams of the Great Way of the Heavens is extremely domineering. Those who are successful in cultivating it, if they can successfully build a spirit platform, they will most likely have a grade 1 spirit platform. In the cultivation world of the human race, Taishu Temple's most famous supreme Tao art, the Tai and Void scriptures, the Grand Wang Qing Tao, and the Void Yin Yang Tao were guaranteed to reach the 2nd grade spirit platform. Depending on the cultivator's talent, there was a certain chance of reaching the 1st grade spirit platform. It was hard to say about the rest of the heavens Tao Te Ching, but at least in terms of the foundation building level, the 8 trigrams of the Great Way of the Heavens had already crushed all the Tao techniques in the world. However, the sovereign spirit platform was something that could only be found by luck. Even Lin Feng himself had only managed to upgrade his spirit platform to the sovereign spirit platform because of the system's reward. However, a true son of heaven like Xiao Yan could only obtain a first-grade pill cauldron in the end. Although one could obtain a purple pill of the highest quality by forming a golden elixir, Lin Feng always felt that something was missing. Just as he was thinking about this, Lin Feng suddenly felt Xiao Yan's pill cauldron move slightly. What's going on? Lin Feng keenly noticed the unusual movement of Xiao Yan's pill cauldron. Although it was only a very slight vibration, it immediately made Lin Feng vigilant. Only when the pill cauldron was stable could the Tao foundation be condensed. Only then could one prepare to form the golden elixir and break through to the golden elixir period. The instability of Xiao Yan's pill cauldron immediately attracted Lin Feng's attention. He did not want anything to happen to his eldest disciple. However, in Lin Feng's heart, there was another kind of hope. He hoped that Xiao Yan's pill cauldron also had some kind of secret and extraordinary aspect, just like how Xiao Budian had set up 5 spirit platforms in one breath. As a heaven-defying person, like the Son of Heaven, shouldn't there be something extraordinary about them? As soon as his dermic powers entered Xiao Yan's pill cauldron, Lin Feng immediately felt that he had entered a purple world. Endless bluish-purple flames covered the sky and attacked him. Damn! Lin Feng cursed. Xiao Yan condensed the pill cauldron not only with his own dermic powers, but also with the evil infernal evil flame in the evil infernal overlord sword, forming a fire cauldron. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He stared at the fire cauldron and thought for a while. Suddenly, he took out his true sunfire seed and carefully controlled it. A trace of true sun fire entered Xiao Yan's body. Under the control of Lin Feng's dermic powers, this trace of true sun fire, which was as weak as a small spark, was sent into Xiao Yan's pill cauldron. Boom! Xiao Yan's pill cauldron immediately reacted. It swallowed this trace of true sun fire and integrated it into its body. Lin Feng could clearly feel that Xiao Yan's pill cauldron was more condensed and of higher quality than before. 9 heavens phaseless astral wind, Yellow Spring's true water, and Akalanatha's fury fire. Lin Feng fed them one by one. However, there was no reaction. Even if there was a reaction, it was an adverse reaction. For example, the Yellow Spring's true water almost caused Xiao Yan's pill cauldron to go berserk. As expected, Xiao Yan's pill cauldron is also different from ordinary people. There is a faint possibility of it evolving. However, it seems that only the 7 great true fires can improve his pill cauldron. Lin Feng grinned and thought to himself, I wonder if he will still have such a strange characteristic after he forms the golden elixir in the future? If he continues to absorb and improve like this, I wonder what will happen when he gathers all the 7 great true fires. However, even if it was the 7 great true fires, if he wanted to improve Xiao Yan, he had to have enough firepower. It needed to be as heavy as the evil Radiant Overlord sword. Lin Feng's Sun True Fire seeds were somewhat insufficient. Comprehending the Sun True Fire technique as soon as possible will be of great help to myself and my disciple. As Lin Feng calculated in his heart, he raised his head to look at the illusion of light and shadow above Xiao Yan's head. Their images were flashing nonstop. The first scene was of Xiao Badian. This little guy was jumping up and down in a wasteland, not quiet for a moment. Here, a dam was broken, causing a flood to soar into the sky. Over there, a volcano was detonated. It was like the end of the world. Xiao Yan was following behind him with a gloomy expression. He was constantly helping him deal with the aftermath, dredging the flood, and resisting the magma that erupted after the volcano erupted. He was extremely busy. The little guy, on the other hand, was running in front while clapping his hands and laughing. I just want to cause trouble. I just want to destroy. I just want to stir up trouble. My favorite, yeah. Hey. Lin Feng smiled bitterly as he watched. He thought to himself that the 2 of you were really a pair of clowns. In my eyes, you are a shield, and in your eyes, I am a troublemaker. In the second scene, Xiao Yan was leisurely climbing the mountain when Zhu Yi suddenly appeared. Zhu Yi spoke eloquently and shook his head. As he recited the principles of poetry, he climbed the mountain in a swaying manner. Standing at the top of the mountain, he suddenly let out a long roar, like a dragon's roar. He was truly free and unfettered. Unfortunately, in the next second, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down and struck Zhu Yi's head. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. It took him a long time to react. Could this be the legendary act of being struck by lightning for acting cool? Is this the image of Zhu Yi in your heart? In the third scene, the main character changed to Wang Lin. At the foot of a mountain, Wang Lin was holding a hammer and chisel as he continuously dug at the mountain rocks. Compared to the huge mountain, the speed at which Wang Lin dug at the rocks was so slow that it was negligible. With his speed, he would not be able to dig out the mountain peak even after 100 or 1,000 years. However, Wang Lin's expression was firm, and he was silent. His hands did not hesitate in the slightest, and were shockingly stable as he dug at the mountain in front of him persistently. He did not walk around the mountain peak in a roundabout way, nor did he give up and leave. Just like that, he dug again and again, persistently. When Lin Feng saw this scene, he sighed in his heart. The impression that Wang Lin had left on Xiao Yan seemed to be quite good. In your heart, is Xiao Lin like the foolish old man who tried to move the mountain? Perhaps he is now, but in the future, when Xiao Lin really soars, his achievements might not be any lower than yours. As the light and shadow changed, they arrived at the fourth scene. Lin Feng's spirits rose. He knew that this was most likely an impression of him. In the scene, there was a sea of blue, and Xiao Yan was swimming alone in the sea. The waves pushed him up and down, and it was vast and boundless. When it was calm, he could play to his heart's content and do as he pleased, unimpeded. And when he encountered an obstacle, the side of the sea would instantly transform into violent waves that would lend him a helping hand, shattering all obstructions. It was like a father who could tolerate him, support him in everything, and be his strong support when he was in danger. "Am I this sea?" Lin Feng muttered to himself. His spiritual sense retreated from the light and shadow formed by Xiao Yan's thoughts. He raised his head and looked at the gray, chaotic world in front of him after the black and white merged. He thought to himself, the power in this space is very strange. After a person enters a dream, it seems to be able to explore and communicate with the person's true thoughts. This power might be unconscious, but the effects it produced made Lin Feng extremely fearful. If I fall asleep here and someone comes in, will they be able to see my inner world? Lin Feng's brows tightly furrowed, grabbing Xiao Yan and Xiao Badian with each hand. "Open!" Lin Feng shouted, and a large amount of purple gas surged out from between his eyebrows. It quickly condensed into a small purple world in front of him. The world changed, and all things were born. The boundary of this small world and the strange space in the chessboard kept rubbing against each other. Under the control of Lin Feng's thoughts, the small world suddenly collapsed, as if it was the end of the world. Such a powerful force also caused the chessboard space to change. The boundary of the two spaces twisted violently, and a huge crack appeared in the void. Through the crack, Lin Feng could even clearly see Zhu Yi and Wang Lin's shocked faces. Turn. The crack disappeared in a flash, but Lin Feng had already made use of the limited time to use the two realms void technique. He switched a small part of the space he was in with a space in the outside world, and brought Xiao Yan and Tiny Tot out of the chessboard world. After stepping into the mysterious Heaven-Time cave again, Lin Feng turned to look at the sloppy old man who was playing chess. The old man still looked as if he had not noticed at all, as if he had not noticed that Lin Feng and his two disciples had already walked around in his chessboard world. After leaving the chessboard world, Xiao Yan and Tiny Tot woke up. When they saw Lin Feng, they revealed expressions of joy. "Master," Lin Feng tapped Tiny Tot's forehead. "You have grown up a little, but you are also more capable of causing trouble." Tiny Tot chuckled. Lin Feng waved his hand. "All right, there are guests. Be more spirited." When the words "go out with me" to receive guests were about to come out of his mouth, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Lin Feng forcefully swallowed it back down. He looked at his four disciples, who were dressed differently, and stroked his chin. "However, we have to have a uniform first." After saying that, Lin Feng raised his hand, and a vast purple aura enveloped the four disciples. Chapter 175. People need clothes. Buddhas need gold clothing. Anywhere, at any time, this is a reasonable principle. The Mount Shu sword sect cultivators do not have any special requirements for their clothing, but their standard longswords are all the same. The disciples of the Taishu Temple who enter the world will mostly have a white auspicious cloud embroidered on their robes. The disciples of the Blaze sword sect all wear fiery red warrior robes. The Great Lane Temple, which had already been destroyed, had developed their clothing to the extreme. Bright red, bright yellow, gray with or without golden threads, with or without jade buttons. There were all sorts of monastic robes and kasayas. It was practically time to hold a fashion show. All of the above are definitely not simple formalism. For a sect, uniform and distinctive clothing is something that cannot be missed. Externally, it is beneficial for raising the sect's image. Internally, it is beneficial for strengthening the sect's cohesiveness. Just like the schools in Lin Feng's previous life all have uniforms. It's just that the majority of students are not satisfied with school uniforms. But that is not because school uniforms should not exist, but because the majority of school uniforms themselves are too ugly. As Lin Feng waved his hand, purple energy enveloped the bodies of the four disciples. After shattering their original clothing, it turned into four purple clothes that stuck to their bodies. It's not that Master doesn't allow you to display your individuality. What kind of clothing do you all want, say it? The four brothers looked at each other. Xiaoyan curled his lips. Master, I like black. Lin Feng smiled and flicked his finger. Other than the purple warrior robes, on Xiaoyan, he added a black outer robe. Disciple prefers robes. Zhu Yi bowed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. With a thought, a purple robe covered Zhu Yi's body. Wang Lin smiled, saying, Disciple doesn't have any special requests. His final clothing is only one less black outer robe than Xiaoyan. The little guy smiled mischievously. Master, I actually like the clothes woven from beast skins the most when I was young. Lin Feng laughed heartily. No problem. However, the beast skin clothes you wore when you were a child were bare. How about I give you one of the original clothes? No matter how thick the little guy's skin was, he was still blushing at this moment, especially when his three heartless senior brothers were looking at his lower body with malicious gazes. It made the little guy feel a chill down his crotch. Then forget it. The little guy said with a bitter face. Lin Feng was only joking with him. With a point of his finger, a short robe landed on the little guy's body. The upper half of the robe was different from the clothes of this world. The sleeves were only halfway up, and it somewhat resembled the short sleeves of Lin Feng's previous world. The little guy waved his little white arms and beamed with happiness. He felt extremely at ease. Lin Feng didn't care too much about his unconventional behavior. Anyway, the little guy was still young. When he really grew up, his taste might change. Although the styles of the clothes were different, they were all purple, the same color as Lin Feng's own robe. In addition, everyone's clothes were embroidered with a Taiji symbol. The symbol of the Taiji symbol did not exist in the original heaven primordial world. Lin Feng previously used it as the foundation to establish his sex Dao technique. At this time, he simply used this symbol as the symbol of his own sect. At the same time that the purple aura enveloped Zhu Yi and Wang Lin, Lin Feng also used his magic power to explore their Dao technique realm. Wang Lin knew that his realm was the slowest to improve and that his cultivation was the lowest. Therefore, during the days when Lin Feng was away, he stayed in the mysterious Sky Time Cave and didn't take a step out. He had been cultivating wholeheartedly in the accelerated space. Unlike Xiaoyan and the other three, who often went out to Yujing Mountain to play, Wang Lin had been in a state of seclusion during this period of time. He had also stayed in the mysterious Sky Time Cave for the longest time, more than 10 years. At this moment, Wang Lin looked completely like a young man. Although his facial features were ordinary, his eyes flickered and his temperament was calm and capable. Before Lin Feng left, his cultivation was at the 5th level of qi refinement. Now, he was at the 12th level of qi refinement. Originally, with his root bone aptitude, he might not be able to reach the perfected qi refinement even after 10 years. However, Yujing Mountain and the mysterious Sky Treasure Tree were full of spirit qi and were really suitable for cultivation. With a huge supply of spirit qi, Wang Lin finally reached the peak of qi refinement. Lin Feng thought, Wang Lin's period of exertion should be after he forms the golden elixir. When he reaches the golden elixir period, the requirements for cultivation will become higher and the reliance on one's root bone will be relatively less. On the other side, Zhu Yi's speed was not slower than Xiaoyan's. He had also reached the late stage of foundation establishment and the pill tripod realm. He had condensed his own pill tripod. However, Zhu Yi's spirit platform and pill tripod were only first grade and had not reached the supreme level. Lin Feng was very calm at this moment. "Come on, let me see what surprise you have for me." With one look, as expected, Zhu Yi's pill tripod was also very different from ordinary people. Xiao Yan's pill tripod did not look different from the outside. He needed to explore it in depth to discover the mystery of the true fire. Zhu Yi's pill cauldron. At first glance, anyone could tell that the fart of an immortal was extraordinary. This guy's pill tripod actually only had 2 legs. After Lin Feng saw it clearly, he almost choked on his own saliva. In reality, pill tripods had 3 legs and 4 legs. Cultivators condensed their own pill tripod. Other than cultivating some extremely special Taoist techniques and cultivating a 3-legged pill tripod, most pill tripods were basically 4-legged. It should be noted that 3-legged pill tripods were not superior to 4-legged pill tripods. It was just a difference in Taoist techniques. Pill tripods had a total of 9 grades from 9 to 1. At most, there was the supreme level. However, no one had ever seen a pill tripod with only 2 legs, and it was standing quite stably. Lin Feng looked at Zhu Yi's pill tripod with a speechless expression. It could be seen that his pill tripod should also be a 4-legged pill tripod under normal conditions. However, it only had 2 legs on a diagonal. The other 2 legs did not exist. However, this 2-legged pill tripod was a genuine first-grade pill tripod. Furthermore, there was no problem with the pill tripod itself. Using it to form core should not affect the success rate. However, no matter how he looked at it, it felt very awkward. This should be the result of condensing the pill tripod with an incomplete Taoist technique. Lin Feng saw through it, but the Taoist technique that I passed to him has no flaws. Is this brat like Xiao Yan adding other ingredients? After using his transcendence energy to probe, Lin Feng immediately discovered something. This brat is comprehending the Tao of darkness of the 2 poles of light and darkness. Lin Feng immediately thought of the time when Zhu Yi and the others went to the wind and thunder sea together. Zhu Yi had obtained the transcendence energy essence and the Dharma artifact of a cultivator who had failed to pass the heavenly tribulation. I remember that the Dharma artifact was called the Dark Mandala Array. It seems that the cultivator who had failed to pass the heavenly tribulation cultivated the Tao of darkness of the 2 poles of light and darkness. Lin Feng understood. Zhu Yi did not inherit his Taoist technique. He only absorbed the transcendence energy essence and then melted it into his Tao tripod. The 2 poles of light and darkness were the most primitive and mysterious Tao of the 2 poles. The Tao of light and the Tao of darkness were the pinnacle of the laws of heaven and earth and contained endless great Tao. In Lin Feng's yin and yang life and death formation, the 6 paths of life and death included the changes of light and darkness. It was a powerful technique that was on the same level as the changes of heaven and earth and the changes of life and death. Based on Zhu Yi's current situation, it was obvious that he had grasped some of the ways of the changes of light and darkness through his own comprehension and had integrated it into his cultivation. However, he only had part of the transcendence energy of the Tao of darkness. He lacked the power of the transcendence energy of the Tao of light. If there was a treasure that contained the power of light for Zhu Yi to absorb, the 2 poles of light and darkness would reach a balance. Then, Zhu Yi's Tao tripod would reach a perfect state. Lin Feng laughed self-deprecatingly. The so-called Son of Heaven really doesn't walk the normal path. Supreme spirit platform, supreme Tao cauldron, these kind of ordinary common goods, only a small fry like me can make do with it. With this thought, he glanced at Wang Lin and said, When you build your spirit platform and condense your Tao tripod in the future, are you going to create some trouble for me? None of them are easy to deal with. Lin Feng secretly sighed. With a wave of his sleeve, he took the lead and led his 4 disciples out to receive the guests. No, to meet the guests. As Lin Feng walked, he asked, Tianhao, do you know how many spirit platforms you're going to build in your Qi Si? Master already knows. Xiao Budian scratched his head and said with some distress, I feel that there will be 9. 9? Lin Feng calculated in his heart. Xiao Budian's situation was so special. He did not know what would happen when he condensed his Dan tripod in the future. No matter what, as his master, Lin Feng had to help him achieve the best results. In the exchange system, I remember there is an item called the Heavenly Flower 9 Hearts Lotus. It is a combination of the essence of heaven and earth. It is the best item in the world for merging different kinds of power. I wonder if it will be useful for Xiao Budian's situation. Lin Feng thought in his heart. They are all the number 9. I wonder if there is any connection between them. After leaving the mysterious Heaven Time Cave, Lin Feng led his 4 disciples to greet Kong Nanhua. As Lin Feng expected, his 4 disciples, especially Xiao Budian, blinded Kong Nanhua and Yu Hongyan. Yu Hongyan's gaze towards Lin Feng at this time already carried a bit of admiration. Kong Nanhua smiled and said, I have received a lot of guidance from the sect master. I am like half a disciple, but I cannot be compared to you, who are his direct disciples. You can call me by my name. Xiaoyan and the others looked at each other. Zhu Yi smiled and said, We will call you Mr. Kong. Among the 4, Wang Lin had followed Lin Feng to the great marsh of the ancient region and met Kong Nanhua. However, Wang Lin lived in the Black Cloud Flag and did not show himself. However, Kong Nanhua's every word and action fell into Wang Lin's eyes. After Wang Lin's introduction, Xiaoyan and the others understood Kong Nanhua's character. Among them, Zhu Yi held Kong Nanhua in high esteem for his trustworthy character. Now that they met, Kong Nanhua knew how to conduct himself and did not consider himself as a senior, so Zhu Yi and the others were very respectful to him. Kong Nanhua, on the other hand, was full of praises. With such a pillar, the sect has already achieved something. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. He used his magic power to transmit his voice to Kong Nanhua. To tell you the truth, I am having a headache. He did not mention the strangeness of Xiao Budian and the others' Tao Foundation. He only said that he was struggling to find the Heavenly Flower 9 Heart Lotus. After hearing this, Kong Nanhua pondered for a moment and said, I do not have these things on hand. However, there is a place that sect master should go to. Maybe you will find something. At least, as far as I know, the Heavenly Flower 9 Heart Lotus has appeared there before. Chapter 176. Hearing Kong Nanhua mention the Heavenly Flower 9 Heart Lotus, Lin Feng became spirited. Oh, what's that place? The Heavenly Flower 9 Heart Lotus in the exchange system was too expensive. Even if Lin Feng went bankrupt, he wouldn't be able to exchange for a single lotus seed. Kong Nanhua replied, To the north of Kunlun Mountain is an endless desert. There's a plain at the intersection of the desert and Kunlun Mountain. It belongs to the westernmost territory of the Great Qin Dynasty. It's called the Sand Continent. The Sand Continent is the territory of the Great Qin Dynasty, but in reality, it's a power called the Heavenly Trade Pavilion that controls it. This power is extremely mysterious and low-key. It never gets involved in the conflicts between the powers in the Divine Land. However, it's in charge of the trade of cultivation resources that connects the east and west of the continent. Every year on the 9th of October, the Heavenly Trade Pavilion will hold the vast Ocean Dharma assembly in the Sand Continent. Cultivators who participate in the assembly can trade all kinds of cultivation resources. Cultivators from all over the world will participate. Kang Nanhua recalled and said, "I've participated in it once. It was indeed very grand and lively. There were countless rare treasures of all kinds. I've been staying in the Great Lake of the ancient region for a period of time. However, I've heard from an old friend that the heavenly flower nine-heart lotus has appeared twice in the past 3 years. Moreover, it was the same person who took it out to trade." Lin Feng asked, "Do you know where that person came from?" Kang Nanhua shook her head regretfully. "I don't know about that. However, it's said that that person has always been looking for something in the assembly. He hasn't been able to find anything, so he should still be participating in the assembly this time." Lin Feng nodded and took note of this vast Ocean Dharma assembly. According to the geographical division given by the system, the Sand Continent where the vast Ocean Dharma assembly was held was also a part of the northern foothills of Kunlun Mountain. If he could make a name for himself in this assembly, it would definitely help to raise his reputation in the northern foothills of Kunlun Mountain. If he handled it well, he wouldn't need to fight to the death with others to accumulate a large amount of reputation. The Sand Continent could be said to be the most densely populated place in the northern foothills of Kunlun Mountain. It was unlike the depths of Kunlun Mountain, which was full of dangerous peaks and sparsely populated. It would also be easier for him to recruit disciples if he created a commotion here. Lin Feng even had the idea of recruiting disciples in the Sand Continent and then bringing them to Yujing Mountain. After all, Lingyun Peak, where Yujing Mountain was located in the depths of the Kunlun Mountain range. For mortals, it was very difficult to find this place. But there were pros and cons to this. Accepting disciples in the Sand Continent would make it easier for Pang Jie and the rest to create trouble for him. As for the specific arrangements, he had to think about it carefully. However, I definitely have to participate in the vast Ocean Spell Assembly and increase my reputation. At the same time, I can solve the problem of those brats' cultivation. Lin Feng glanced at Xiao, Badian, and the other three, and lamented in his heart, "This time, I really became a father and a mother." Speaking of being a father and a mother, Lin Feng thought of the children he had brought back and felt another headache. He waved his hand and called Zhu Yi over. "Little Yi, I'll leave these children to you. Teach them the rules." As for where they live, Lin Feng clapped his hands lightly, and purple gas descended from the sky, turning into houses. Although it was illusory, when the houses made of purple gas came into contact with Yujing Mountain, they seemed to have gained support and a foundation, standing firmly on the mountain peak. In terms of food and clothing, Lin Feng flicked his finger, and balls of purple gas landed on the bodies of the 20 children, turning into suits of luxurious purple clothes. Each piece seemed to be specially designed, and the size was just right. Lin Feng released the thousands of spirit herb seedlings he had obtained from the 100 Herb Sect, and then gave Xiao Yan a look. Xiao Yan smiled and blew a loud whistle, and the lucky child flew out of the mysterious sky time cave. After Xiao Yan fed it some nether evil flame, the lucky child was satisfied and let out a cheer. It landed on the ground and turned into a piece of spirit soil. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the spirit herb seedlings landed on the lucky spirit soil. In the blink of an eye, they matured, and each of them formed a spirit monster, like a group of fat children running around. This is called the spirit potato, and this flower is called the purple lye flower. This is the spirit fruit of fasting, and this is the immortal fruit. Lin Feng was very familiar with all the plants that could be used as food for cultivators. There was no need to refine them into medicinal ingredients, and they could be eaten with a simple treatment. It was even fine to swallow them directly. The spirit energy was abundant, and it was soft and soft. Mortals without cultivation could also eat them, but most of the spirit energy would be wasted. Xiao Budian took the lead and threw a purple fruit into his mouth. After chewing twice, he smacked his lips and said with a smile, "The taste is not bad." The children curiously looked at the strange and dazzling scene in front of them, and some of them dared to come forward. Xiao Yan smiled when he saw them, and picked some fruits that were suitable for them to eat, and distributed them to the children. The group of children ate happily in a short while. Zhu Yi looked at them and asked Lin Feng, "Master, they are..." Lin Feng introduced the origins of these children, and then said, "They are all children with poor lives, and they don't even remember where their homes are. Master will first settle them down on the mountain. Once they are successful in their cultivation and become sentient, they will be able to remember what happened when they were young. Then it will be up to them to decide whether to stay or go. Before that, they will be the children of the sect, and you will teach them some rules." Zhu Yi nodded. "Master is merciful. Disciple will definitely take care of it." At this time, Tian Qihua had already turned back into his human form, and he flew back to Xiao Yan's side. Yujing Mountain was originally rich in spirit energy, and it was suitable for the growth of all kinds of spirit herbs and medicines. This piece of land had been continuously ripened by Tian Qihua, and its quality had become even higher. Even though Tian Qihua had turned back into his human form, the medicine field had gradually grown to a large scale. Lin Feng communicated with Yujing Mountain through his mind, and he used his divine ability and said to himself, "Rise." The rocks on top of Yujing Mountain surrounded the medicine field, and they gradually rose up, turning into a small valley. In the center of the valley, all kinds of spirit herbs and medicines were thriving in the medicine field. Why do I feel like something is missing? Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Lin Feng irresponsibly called Xiao Yan over. "Xiao Yan, this will be the sect's medicine field from now on. I'll leave it to you to manage, for now." "Why?" Xiao Yan's face instantly turned bitter, but he saw Lin Feng looking at the lucky doll that was pestering him with a smile that was not a smile. This time, Xiao Yan immediately became discouraged, and he took over the task dejectedly. However, his nightmare was not over yet. He heard Lin Feng say with a smile, "Right now, this medicine field is still missing some essential things. Find them, and then deal with them. This can also be considered a test from Master." "Yes, Master." Hearing this, Xiao Yan became even more depressed, and he stared at the medicine field in front of him with a bitter expression. After dealing with these trivial matters, Lin Feng announced that they were temporarily dismissed. Zhu Yi led a group of children to settle down, and the little one also followed. Since leaving Stone Village, this was the first time he had met so many people of the same age. Xiao Yan stared at the medicine field in a daze. After reporting to Lin Feng, Wang Lin returned to the mysterious Sky Time Cave to continue cultivating. Yu Hongyan found a secluded place on top of Yujing Mountain to cultivate on his own, as if he did not want to waste even a moment. Kong Nanhua also found a place on top of the mountain to cultivate. Lin Feng originally wanted to invite him into the mysterious Sky Time Cave to save time for cultivation, but after careful consideration, he gave up on this idea. This kind of paradise that could accelerate the flow of time was really the foundation of the sect. Although the spiritual energy in the paradise was abundant and constantly regenerated, it was ultimately limited and could not accommodate too many people to enter and cultivate at the same time. Although the number of people in the sect was small, there would eventually be a day when the branches would flourish, so it was better to establish rules first. Things like rules had always been easy to break, but difficult to abide by. Lin Feng decided that the mysterious Sky Time Cave, Other than himself and personal disciples like Shaoyin who could freely enter and exit, it was better to be a kind of reward for guardian elders like Kang Nanhua, as well as the second and third generation disciples who would enter the sect in the future. This was also conducive to establishing the reward and punishment mechanism of the sect and a healthy competitive environment so as to enhance the motivation of the latecomers to work hard. Kang Nanhua obviously knew this. So although he already knew about the existence and wonderful use of the mysterious Sky Time Cave, he did not mention it so as not to make things difficult for Lin Feng. After bidding farewell to Kang Nanhua, Lin Feng did not return to the mysterious Sky Time Cave, but his consciousness re-entered the system. Lin Feng had never forgotten about the lottery chance that Kang Nanhua had been rewarded for becoming a guardian of the sect. However, this choice made him a little conflicted. Should he use the lottery system to gamble on the Heaven Flower 9 Heart Lotus? After careful consideration, Lin Feng did not use the lottery system to gamble on the Heaven Flower 9 Heart Lotus in the end. On one hand, he was not sure about the probability of the lottery, and on the other hand, he did not have any particularly suitable low-priced items on hand. If I don't gain anything after the vast Dharma assembly, I'll fight for another lottery chance to draw lots, Lin Feng thought as he clicked on the roulette system. With a flash of light, the items waiting for the lottery appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's gaze swept across and immediately fell on the Disciples' Abode construction token. The Disciples' Abode was where the disciples of the sect lived. At the end of the day, Lin Feng's use of the cyclic purple qi to simulate a house was just a temporary measure. If outsiders saw it, they would be a little timid. Although Lin Feng could also excavate a cave on Jade Capital Mountain, and the spirit qi, there was probably even more abundant. It would be a little boring for all the disciples to live in a cave. This disciples' abode construction token could solve this problem, and according to the description, the disciples' abode was the only token that could expand. In other words, for the first construction, there was no need to build too many houses, just enough for the current disciples to live in. In the future, when there were more disciples, the token could activate the expansion function, and the number of disciples' residences could be continuously increased, and the final scale could be determined according to the needs. The setting was rather considerate and user-friendly. Since the mountain was about to be opened, Lin Feng had an urgent need for the construction token. After staring at the numbers on the roulette and calculating for a moment, Lin Feng decisively issued an order for the roulette to start spinning. The disciples' abode construction token was in the 14th grid. After some calculations, Lin Feng finally decided to start spinning from the 3rd grid. The roulette system that looked like a light started spinning rapidly. Lin Feng stared at the light wheel nervously and counted in his heart 1 revolution, 2 revolutions, 3 revolutions. Chapter 177. 3 rounds passed quickly, and so did half a round. After the roulette moved forward another 2 squares, it stopped swaying and finally stopped spinning. I did it! A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Looking at the sect building token in his hand, he felt elated. His speculation was indeed correct. The roulette system's pattern was that after 3.5 revolutions, it would stop at the 1st to 4th grids. Although he had obtained the Disciple Abode building token, Lin Feng was not in a hurry to use it. Right now, he only had 2 tokens, the main palace hall and the Disciples' Abode. Even if 2 skyscrapers were to rise from the ground overnight like a miracle, there would only be 2 buildings left. If someone suggested building other buildings, he would be in trouble. Lin Feng was prepared to accumulate more tokens and release them all at once. There would be no repercussions, and the impact would be at its peak. Withdrawing his consciousness from the system, Lin Feng strolled on Yujing Mountain, silently feeling the mountain beneath his feet, the mysterious sky treasure tree above his head, and the cyclic purple qi, time, space, matter, and spirit. These four things gradually reached a new height. I'm building a beer platform now. Every blade of grass and tree on Yujing Mountain was under Lin Feng's control. Suddenly, he found something strange. Lin Feng came to a cliff. There sat a girl dressed in red, her flame-like long hair fluttering without any wind. Yu Hongyan's eyes were slightly closed. Her sword-like red eyebrows were slightly furrowed. After setting foot on Yujing Mountain, Yu Hongyan carefully sensed the concept of power and the truth of heaven and earth. She immediately gained a lot. She was already at a bottleneck, but now she wanted to use this opportunity to break through the bottleneck and build a beer platform in her ocean of qi to advance to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. 8 in bone structure and 8 in comprehension. Not bad indeed. Lin Feng nodded slightly. After observing carefully for a while, he found that Yu Hongyan had accumulated enough dermic power. However, in terms of understanding dermic techniques, although the bottleneck had loosened, she was still a step away. At this moment, she was only a thin layer of paper away from the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. The fire elemental Tao technique that you're cultivating can obtain the divine power, the great destruction true fire. It's actually one of the 7 great true fires in the world, a branch of the Ksitigarbha true brilliance. Lin Feng said indifferently, "How ferocious is the Ksitigarbha true brilliance? Although the great destruction true fire only has 10 to 20% of its power, it is still ferocious beyond compare. As a female, your physique is yin. It's not that you can't practice fire Tao techniques, but you can't follow the same path as men." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yu Hongyan's body trembled slightly. Although he did not open his eyes, he was clearly listening attentively. Lin Feng continued, "When a woman cultivates a Taoist technique with excessive yang qi, she needs to draw out a little bit of true yang hidden in her own primordial yin. Only by using this little bit of true yang to guide the yang magic power produced by the Taoist technique can she succeed." When Yu Hongyan heard this, his body trembled violently, and his cheeks turned slightly red. Lin Feng curled his lips and acted as if he did not see anything. What he said was reasonable, but it was not pleasant to hear. When cultivating Taoist techniques, other than a few special techniques, the requirements for virgin boys and girls were actually not that strict. However, a female's physique was originally yin, so there were no restrictions for cultivating yin-type Taoist techniques. However, cultivating a Taoist technique with excessive yang qi indeed needed to communicate with the true yang hidden in her primordial yin to harmonize the two energies of yin and yang. The so-called true yang in primordial yin actually meant that the practitioner must have the body of a virgin, untouched. The reverse was also the same. Males who cultivated Taoist techniques with excessive yin qi also needed a little bit of true yin in their primordial yang. If they lost their virginity early and lost their virginity, it would be impossible for them to succeed in cultivating yin-type Taoist techniques. At the very least, they had to build a spirit platform and condense a Tao cauldron. Only after their foundation was stable could they let loose. In the human race's cultivation world, the most famous for this was actually one of Xiao Budian's enemies, the great Qin dynasty's Yu clan. Their clan passed down a supreme Taoist technique, the mysterious underworld technique, which allowed one to cultivate one of the 6 great true waters, the mysterious underworld true water. The Yu clan and the demon race's mysterious underworld beast clan, 1 human and 1 demon, were the only 2 great powers in the heaven primal world that controlled the mysterious underworld true water. One of the top 3 ironclad rules of the Yu clan was that as long as a direct descendant of the clan cultivated the mysterious underworld technique before they condensed a Tao cauldron in the late stage of foundation establishment, they absolutely could not get close to women. Otherwise, their cultivation would be crippled and they would be directly kicked out of the clan. Back then, Yu Tian, who was killed by Lin Feng near Hengyu Mountain, was pitifully over 20 years old. He was born in such a large clan like the Yu clan, but he was still a virgin until he died. Yu Hongyan quickly steadied her mind and immersed herself in her own world of Taoist techniques. Lin Feng slightly nudged her, and she immediately knew what to do. She was only a thin membrane away from building a spirit platform. Now that she had pierced through it, the mana within her chi sea converged, and a black and red spirit platform immediately rose from the ground. Second rank. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but he also knew that Yu Hongyan had actually used the spirit chi of Mount Yujing to surpass her usual level. It wasn't that her innate talent was bad, but the Taoist techniques she cultivated were a little inferior. If she could cultivate the Ksitigarbha True Brilliance's fire elemental Dharma treasure, the Earth Brilliance scripture, with Yu Hongyan's talent and comprehension, she actually had some hope of building a first-rank spirit platform. However, the Great Destruction True Fire technique was obviously inferior. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Forget it. A monster with a total potential of 30 can only be encountered by chance, not sought. I'll just treat it as an advance investment. He put his palms together and made a hand seal. Suddenly, a leaf floated down from the mysterious sky treasure tree. The mysterious sky treasure tree at the peak of Mount Yujing was so big that it seemed to have no end. Its crown covered the sky, and even the smallest leaf had an area of at least an acre. Lin Feng flicked his finger, and the mysterious sky treasure tree's volume kept shrinking until it was the size of a human fingernail. The shrunken mysterious sky treasure tree's leaf stuck to Yu Hongyan's forehead and merged into her glabella. Yu Hongyan's body shook violently, and the spirit platform in her chi sea, which was about to reach its peak at the 8th level, suddenly shot out spiritual energy. When Lin Feng saw this, he thought to himself, the mysterious sky treasure tree's leaf can only give you a chance. Whether you can succeed or not depends on you. A first-rank spirit platform was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Talent, opportunities, Taoist techniques, temperament, willpower, and many other factors worked together to create it. Even if the mysterious sky treasure tree was miraculous, it could only play a supporting role and increase Yu Hongyan's chances of success. Yu Hongyan seemed to feel something, and her mind became even calmer. Silently, she guided the spiritual energy in her body and focused on building the spirit platform. Under Lin Feng's gaze, the spiritual energy at the top of Yu Hongyan's spirit platform shook continuously, and in the end, it actually turned into a layer of spirit platform completely made of flames. A first-rank spirit platform with 9 levels. This spirit platform of hers is also extraordinary. The top layer is actually completely made of flames, just like a beacon tower. Lin Feng watched from the side and clicked his tongue in wonder. The fluctuation of spiritual energy in Yu Hongyan's body gradually calmed down, becoming more condensed and pure. She had taken a big step forward and was now a mid-stage foundation-building cultivator. She opened her red eyes, which were filled with joy. After calming herself down, she slowly bowed to Lin Feng. "Thank you, Senior, for helping me." Lin Feng waved his sleeve and said with a faint smile, "I was just taking advantage of the situation. If I didn't have such talent, everything would have been in vain." Yu Hongyan raised her eyes and looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. Lin Feng knew what she was thinking, but he couldn't just say, "I see that you have a good innate talent, and I want to take you as my disciple." That would be too degrading. Your eyes are filled with hatred and anger. Lin Feng said lightly, "The fire in your heart, if it doesn't destroy the enemy, then it is destined to burn yourself. You and I meeting each other is fate. I will give you a good fortune, but whether or not you can succeed in the end is still up to you. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yu Hongyan's mind went into a trance, blankly staring at the empty space outside of Yujing Mountain, her expression somewhat at a loss. I don't know, he's too strong. Even Mr. Kong isn't his match. I desperately want to make myself stronger. I want to personally kill him and avenge everyone in the Society of the Strong Gale, but I really don't know if I can do it. Sometimes I don't even dare to think too much. Every time I think, I feel my courage weaken by a bit. I feel my confidence weaken by a bit. At this time, Yu Hongyan clearly seemed a bit fragile. Her too thin, sword-like eyebrows also drooped down, which instead added a bit of gentleness and beauty. Lin Feng didn't say anything, only silently listening on the side. From Yu Hongyan's narration, he finally knew the whole story of the Society of the Strong Gale's destruction. Rather than saying it's a tragedy, it's better to say it's a sad joke. The Society of the Strong Gale is a resistance organization established by the remnant citizens of Snowgale who refused to accept the rule of the Great Zhou dynasty after the Great Zhou dynasty annexed Snowgale over 10 years ago. Its founders are two people. One is Yu Hongyan's biological brother, Yu Hongfeng, who already died in battle against the Great Zhou dynasty several years ago. And the other person is called Zhang Lai. He and Yu Hongfeng are best friends. The two of them established the Society of the Strong Gale together. After Yu Hongfeng died in battle, Zhang Lai became the leader of the Society of the Strong Gale, leading the remaining people to resist the Great Zhou dynasty. The Zhang and Yu families are old friends. Yu Hongyan grew up under Zhang Lai's tutelage. Even the Great Destruction True Fire technique that she practices right now was taught to her by Zhang Lai during the Battle of the Great Marsh of the ancient region. Zhang Lai was in seclusion somewhere else, hoping to be able to endure the lightning tribulation and form Yuanying. Not long ago, Zhang Lai finally came out of seclusion. Not only did he reach the Yuanying stage, he even reached the middle stage of Yuanying. But in Yu Hongyan's description, after coming out of seclusion, Zhang Lai's personality became extreme and twisted, as if he had gone mad. After finding out that Yu Hongyan led the remnants of the Society of the Strong Gale out of the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhang Lai flew into a rage. He said that we are weak and compromising cowards and trash. Yu Hongyan's eyes once again ignited. I remember his original words clearly: cowardly and incompetent. There's no use keeping you. Use your flesh and blood as a sacrifice to my Snowgale country. After saying that, he actually practiced some kind of evil technique and sacrificed all of my compatriots of the Society of the Strong Gale alive. Those are all his compatriots. Yu Hongyan's eyes were spitting fire. Only him. I must kill him with my own hands and avenge everyone in the Society of the Strong Gale. Lin Feng grinned, not saying anything. Why does this sound so much like the feeling of love turning into hate? She and that Zhang Lai don't seem to be as simple as half master and disciple. Could it be the legendary teacher-student love? How did all the good cabbages get taken by pigs? No, she can use her true yang to draw out the yang mana. That means she's still immature. Oh, that's good. That's good. That means she hasn't been taken yet. Lin Feng let his imagination run wild while muttering in his heart, another good cabbages. Luckily that pig is a bit stupid. But there's something wrong with that Zhang Lai. Who cares? If you don't want this disciple, then I'll kindly accept him. If he dares to come and make noise, I'll beat him up until even his mother can't recognize him. But middle stage of Yuanying, Lin Feng smacked his lips. I need to improve my cultivation a step further. With my current strength, it's still a bit unsteady to fight one-on-one at Yuanying stage after leaving Yujing Mountain. To know Skirich, let's first start from the middle stage of Golden Elixir. Chapter 178. At the top of the Mystic Heaven treasure tree, Lin Feng sat upright. His body and mind were in peak condition. Let's begin. Lin Feng closed his eyes and looked inside his body. A golden elixir with a purple glow was spinning. Under Lin Feng's control, his magic power began to circulate rapidly. Vigorous mana surged within Lin Feng's body like a flood opening a dam, flowing in all directions. Then, the magic power was like firewood that was ignited. With a boom, it exploded and burned from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It was the Yin fire-burning body, the Yin fire tribulation. To advance to the middle stage of the golden elixir, the Yin fire-burning body was a threshold that had to be crossed. If he could pass it, he would have a bright future. If he couldn't, he would immediately be burned to ashes. Many cultivators, in the early stage of the golden elixir, deliberately suppressed their power so that they wouldn't accidentally trigger the Yin fire tribulation. This was because they didn't have the confidence that they could pass it. They would rather stay in the early stage of the golden elixir and enjoy 1,000 years of life than be burned to ashes. Lin Feng was full of confidence. He initiated the Yin fire tribulation because he believed that he had made sufficient preparations. Although the magic power in his body was surging and the Yin fire-burning body was burning, his mind was like a spring breeze. It was peaceful. Lin Feng wholeheartedly felt the changes in his body. He communicated with everything in the world. In the blink of an eye, it was like thousands of years had passed. The Yin fire burned Lin Feng's golden elixir. The golden elixir vibrated continuously. Black smoke kept coming out from it. In the early stage of the golden elixir, although it was formed into a golden elixir, there were impurities in the golden elixir. It needed the help of the Yin fire to remove the impurities. After a long time, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly widened and exploded with endless divine light. Boom! Between the heavens and the earth, a majestic intent connected the heavens and the earth, descending to the yellow springs and receiving the energy of the heavens and the earth. Lin Feng only felt that his body and soul were shaking together. He was reborn. It was an earth-shattering change. A golden elixir, resplendent and translucent, without the slightest impurity. An invisible qi descended from the void and connected with Lin Feng's body. Somehow, Lin Feng's mind was connected to the heavens and the earth. However, it was not like he had merged with the heavens and the earth. Instead, it was like a frog at the bottom of a well, finally realizing that there was another world beyond the well. A door that was originally tightly shut was pushed open by Lin Feng, allowing him to step into a brand new world. Middle stage of golden elixir, heaven-reaching awareness. It was only when Lin Feng was at this level that he realized how profound it was. Prior to this, cultivators had been constantly tempering their own magic power and accumulating strength. In terms of the strength of a cultivator's magic power, the difference between the middle stage of the golden elixir and the early stage of the golden elixir was not very big. However, only after reaching the middle stage of the golden elixir could a cultivator be said to be able to truly control their own magic power. The so-called cultivation was to borrow the power of the heavens and the earth to break through the limits of human, to be free, to be immortal. The early stage of the golden elixir was the realm of immortality. Although one could train their magic power to the peak, they could look inside and constantly repair the minor injuries on their body, thus obtaining immortality and breaking through the threshold of life and death. However, they were limited by their understanding of the energy of the heavens and the earth. They could not maximize their magic power that had reached the peak. But the middle stage of the golden elixir could do this after reaching the heaven-reaching awareness. This was the fundamental reason for the difference in power between the two realms. One had power, but they did not know how to use it. The other knew how to use it and could use it. This was the difference. Middle-stage golden elixir cultivators, even if they did not draw spiritual energy from the outside world, were superior to early-stage golden elixir cultivators. Directly drawing spiritual energy from the outside world would allow the power of middle-stage golden elixir cultivators to reach the next level. Lin Feng calmly gazed at the distant void. In the void, there seemed to be dots of stars flashing. He didn't know how far away it was from here, but Lin Feng could feel that in the flashing starlight, there was a heart-palpitating power of heaven and earth as the stars were destroyed. That is true power. Lin Feng sighed. He stretched out his right hand and gently grasped. In the void in front of him, the water spiritual energy, mixed with other spiritual energy, was directly extracted by Lin Feng. It turned into a trickling stream on his palm and quietly flowed. Lin Feng gently pointed with his left hand. All the earth's spiritual energy was extracted and turned into a clump of soil. Light! Lin Feng blew, and the light in the void suddenly became intense. Fire! Lin Feng moved his hand again, and the fire spiritual energy was extracted and gathered together, turning into a raging fire. Generally speaking, the Tao techniques that cultivators cultivated were mostly of a single attribute. After advancing to the middle stage of golden elixir, there was usually only one type of spiritual energy that could be extracted and controlled from nature. Lin Feng's ability to create things out of nothing could be said to be unique in the golden elixir period. 8 trigrams of the great way of the heavens. Until today, I can be considered to have truly understood this Tao technique. A tranquil smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. In addition to the 2 realms void technique, the heaven stage, and the 8 trigram sky collapsing hammer, my 4th Tao technique has finally been truly perfected. Lin Feng withdrew his magic power and came down from the mysterious sky treasure tree. He saw Kong Nanhua sitting under the tree, looking at the void in the distance. This aura. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he smiled. It seems that you have gained a lot. Kong Nanhua turned his head and smiled. At least I didn't let sect master lead me to this jade capital mountain in vain. He flicked his finger, and an azure water droplet floated in midair. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. Although the water droplet was floating in midair, he could clearly feel its extraordinary weight. One of the 6 great true waters of heaven and earth, the mixed true water. The 6 great true waters each had their own unique abilities. The Blood River True Water was the most filthy and filthy in the world. The Yellow Springs True Water killed all things. The First Sky True Water merged all things. The Xianming True Water was the most cold, and the Taiyim True Water was the most gentle. On the other hand, the mixed True Water was extremely heavy. Every drop of it weighed thousands of kilograms. After it was transformed into magic power, it was vigorous, exquisite, and incomparably tough. It surged and gurgled with great momentum. Cultivators who cultivated the mixed true water were unparalleled in the world in terms of the density of their magic power. No cultivator of the same level could match them. Kong Nanhua cultivated the mixed true water. In terms of the total amount of his magic power, he could already challenge the old monsters of the Yuanying stage. Even some old monsters of the Yuanying stage might not have as much magic power as him. The current Kong Nanhua, with his magic power and supernatural powers, could even put up a fight against the Gung Metal Tiger King. Yuanying stage cultivators like the 100 Herbs ancestor, who were not good at fighting and killing, might even lose to Kong Nanhua. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. He nodded and said, "Nanhua, congratulations. I still have to thank Sect Master for your help." Kong Nanhua smiled. "Where are Xiaoyan and the others? Speaking of which, I haven't given them a greeting gift." It's not that I didn't want to give them anything before, but I really didn't have anything to give them. Now, I can finally make up for it. Xiao Yan and the others rushed over when they heard the news. Kong, Nanhua formed a seal with both hands. The sand of the Ganges River and the mixed true water, the two great treasures of the world, appeared in front of everyone at the same time. A grain of Ganges River sand and a drop of mixed true water formed a pair. Then countless grains of sand and water fused again, forming 4 small shields that landed in front of Xiao Yan and the others. This is called the Ganges River Mixed True Water Shield. Consider it my greeting gift to the 4 of you. Kong Nanhua smiled and said, "It's very crude. Sorry for making a fool of myself." Kong Nanhua taught them how to control it. The 4 Ganges River Mixed True Water shields belonged to the 4 of them. Xiao Yan bent his finger and lightly flicked the shield, feeling the concept of power within it. "It feels so sturdy." Lin Feng said, "Of course it's sturdy. With the defensive power of this shield, cultivators below the late stage of the golden elixir stage can do nothing to it. Even leaving a scratch on it would take a lot of effort. Late stage of the golden elixir stage cultivators would have to use all their skills to break this shield. Only cultivators with powerful magical weapons and magical powers would be able to do so, even if it's a Yuanying stage cultivator. This Ganges River Mixed True Water Shield can withstand an attack from them." Lin Feng smiled and said, "With these 4 turtle shells, even if you guys encounter a strong enemy, you won't be able to defeat them. The other party won't be able to do anything to you." The eyes of Xiao Yan and the others lit up. When they carefully sized up the Ganges River Mixed True Water Shield, their gazes were different. The little guy's big black and white eyes turned. He moved closer to Kong Nanhua and said with a smile, "Mr. Kong, what other good things do you have? Give them all to us at once." Xiao Yan and the others laughed and scolded, "You brat, you're too thick-skinned." Lin Feng patted the little guy's head. "One must be content. If you really want something, Master has already prepared something for you." The little guy shrunk his head and said with a smile, "I knew it. Since Mr. Kong is so generous, how could Master be stingy? There's no hurry. Let's go on a long journey first. I'll tell you guys in detail on the way." Lin Feng turned his head to look at Kong Nanhua. "I'm going to the vast sea assembly. While I'm away from the mountain, I'll leave this place to you." Kong Nanhua nodded with a smile. "I just need time to nourish my magic power and harmonize the water and the soil. After the sect master returns, I'll go through the lightning tribulation." Lin Feng said, "That's for the best. I can also protect you." Wang Lin suddenly said, "Master, I want to stay on the mountain to cultivate. I hope I can build my foundation." "That's fine." Lin Feng thought for a while and agreed. "I'll give you that treasure after you build your foundation. I'll congratulate you." Wang Lin nodded and cupped his hands at Kong Nanhua. "Mr. Kong, please take care of me from now on. Leave the trivial matters to me. You can cultivate with peace of mind." Kong Nanhua nodded. Lin Feng turned his gaze to Yu Hongyan and suddenly said, "Are you willing to come with me?" Yu Hongyan was slightly stunned. "Me too?" Lin Feng answered indifferently. "Your temperament is like a raging fire. You don't give in to men. Sitting in meditation and cultivating is actually not suitable for you. More experience in the world will help you improve your cultivation." Yu Hongyan thought for a while and felt that what Lin Feng said was reasonable. He nodded. "Thank you for your care, Senior. I can't thank you enough. We'll go now." Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, Tiny Tot, and Yu Hongyan together and disappeared from Mount Yujing. When they reappeared, they were already above the sea of clouds, above Mount Kunlun, flying north. Tiny Tot smiled. Master, what treasure did you prepare? Take it out now. Don't keep us in suspense. Impatient monkey. Lin Feng scolded with a smile. With a flick of his finger, 3 light balls appeared in the air.